Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. My name is David C9 and we're playing Citizen Sleeper again. Did you know Citizen Sleeper was announced? Oh my god. Alright. So, we're just living day to day, I guess. What you? No what? How's it going, Cobra? Well, it's not releasing on consoles, is it? So who cares? What? I feed a stray animal money? Wait, it is releasing on consoles? It's not releasing on consoles. It's only on Steam, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't care. It's a gacha game. Another gacha game. Holy shit! That is a big boy. Yeah, I know what it is. was doing. So I lost the chance to buy shit at the bar? I need to buy a new serum. More cycles, Sabine said, and here you are, right on time, with no sign of them. You wait a while in the apartment, the tread descending as the cycle spins onward. You should be here. Check the terminal. You check on the terminal for messages or recordings. Nothing, just the pale glow, the silence. You pace back and forth around the apartment, the rumbling of the station suddenly so present and loud. You go to the door and open it to an empty corridor. You close it again. Wait. You try to settle down, you wait, you sit on the bunk and stare out the tiny room. Where the hell are they? A knock at the door. Open it. Fabia? A figure stands in the door and immediately you know it's not Sabine. They are taller, sharper, and something in their face glints in the half-light. A dark shape, like a stubby baton, hangs loosely from her hand. Our local sleeper, good to finally meet you. She steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask, are you doing here? She fixes you with a steady, unwavering stare. Waiting for a friend? Of course, a mutual friend of ours, the good doctor. She walks past you into the apartment, glancing around. We set them up here, you know. This place is one of ours. She picks up a glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget to put them where they are. She glances at you. And I suppose you are here to help? No. What then? An opportunist? Even better. She spins the baton in her fingers by her side, her eyes not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friend has disappeared. Left without even saying goodbye. which means they are in a little trouble now. It's the kind of trouble that you need help for, so I thought I'd come down here and take a look at their little hidey hole, and here you are. The hell. He looks through the detritus on the side. What hell? Sleeper, no less, which I have to admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Sabine was working for your owners. He pauses. SNR. You blink hard at the news, unsure how to take it. Javier looks away, waiting for a response. Who cares? She crosses into the next room and you follow silently. She sits at the terminal and touches her baton to one of the access ports. A spark, then the terminal screen skips encrypted folders, emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of files you see SNR letterheads and code forms, reports laden with medical data marked with a corporate logo like the sigil of some cult. Javier steps away from the terminal. Look all you want, some of your files may even be there. The volume of documents is overwhelming, but they seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests. Surveys with sleeper candidates, reams and reams of usage data. If Sabine was an SNRP employee, why did they help you? Javier reaches over and places a vial of stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light. It's viscous, clear liquid crystalline within the glass. We will of course keep up the supply. We are more than able to dispense important medicines even without the doctor. You hold it between your fingers, and for a tiny moment you have the urge to crush this object for the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Javier closes up the briefcase lab and holds it at her side. You have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. Javier turns on her way out. There is no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. She slips out solidly into the corridor. You look around the apartment and feel the fear drain out of your body to reveal the tiredness beneath. Okay. Interesting. When do I get upgrade points? Work at the bar. I used this. That's why I don't have the two I bought. Damn, I'm a fucking genius. What? Shit. Okay. I'm going to keep using the container until I'm free of that guy. Speak to me? he wants 5. Oh shit. So I'm not doing that. Hello, Alex. How goes it? I guess I don't need to buy any food. Ah, I can deliver the mushrooms. Wait. Okay. Damn, everything is waiting. Arden. It's been more than a few cycles since Fang confronted Arden, and the silence since has been noticeable. In your time with Fang, you haven't exactly found him to be reliable, but you did expect to hear the end of whatever plan he put into action. But if he won't come to you, you think as you approach the Haven Age building, then it's time to come to him. After all, he did promise to fix your tracker. And you are getting nervous. Exactly. As you approach the bay doors, you see them wide open and light pouring out of the once dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sit outside the bay, suddenly robbed of their mystery by the bright flood lamps. A figure in Havenage security fatigues steps out of the bay as you get closer, carrying a stack of hardware. As you get closer, you see the security officer taping up machines from Fang's stash with what looks like hazard tape. This isn't good. You again. Arden is there, leaning beside the bay entrance so calmly that you barely notice him. He has a slate in his hand and an inventory of seizures scrawled across it. Predictable. Further evidence of Fang's illusions. You see another security officer come out of the bay and take notice of you. Where is he? Any ignorance, or perhaps just abandoned? Arden shakes his head. I believe you should choose your conspirators more wisely. I almost feel sorry for you. Arden pushes away from the wall and comes closer. Don't worry, Sleeper. We have all the evidence we need. A confession won't be necessary. He gestures around at the stacks of hardware, spying on fellow Havenage members, hoarding Solheim materials. An obsession with corporate data speaks for itself, does it not? That was his job? What would you know about jobs, Sleeper? He looks up at the glass roof above and the stars beyond. We are the ones that provide the oxygen you are breathing, the light you are seeing, the systems you use every day to live out your cycles. This place was hard fought for, Sleeper. It took work, diplomacy, and strength to stop the Eye descending into chaos after Solheim collapsed. Not blind conviction or self-interest. Fang isn't selfish. I know all about the background of our mutual friend, Sleeper. Don't you worry about that. His parents would be sickened by the damage he is trying to do to the institution they helped fund. Well, You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Andre Erlin and the First Union founded this place, and Haven Age has welded his values into the station's very walls. We will never turn away the hard-working, the just, the true citizens of the Eye. Haven Age aren't a gang like Yatagan. We aren't pirates like half the spacers you'll meet in the hub, or esoterics like those Haifa radicals in the Greenway. We are the backbone of this place, proud and true. We named Erlin's Eye, Sleeper. This is our station. He meets your eye. So please take your false accusations elsewhere before I decide I need that confession after all. History will catch up with you. I'm not afraid of history, Sleeper. We are making it here, cycle by cycle, he smiles. If you have any pride, you'll give up Fang the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me. With that, Hardin turns his back and walks back toward the security officers, ordering them to continue to clear out. As they do, something catches your eye among one of the server stacks, a crumpled hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum. A penguin character grinning from the brightly colored card, and scrawled onto it a speech bubble reading, "Take me to Tambor." You carefully pocket the box, making sure no one is watching, and then turn away, just as another stack of servers is wheeled out of the bay. What have you done, Fang? And where the hell is Tambor? Ugh. Tambor Tea House. As you go to leave the Tambor Tea House, a hand falls on your shoulder. Sleeper! Fang hisses from behind you. How did you find me? The penguin? Penguin, what are you... He thinks for a second. Oh, do you mean... He mimes throwing gum in his mouth. It wasn't meant for you specifically, but... He cringes. Look, it doesn't matter. Come, let's sit. Fang guides you down a set of stairs to one of the Tambor's lower levels. The tea house is stacked with curved mezzanines, all connected by a central atrium. The levels are filled with makeshift booths and bars, and conversation bounces busily off the metal walls. Fang sees you looking around. This place used to be a fuel tanker's main drum, hence the name. The tea house part is a bit of a misnomer, though. You can get anything the Eye offers from this place, but real tea isn't exactly readily available. He picks a booth, itself fashioned from some old salvage tank or container, lined with spongy insulation foam, and collapses into it. He looks around furtively. Don't suppose you've seen any Haven Age types? They don't usually come out this far. Only you? Not anymore, I'm afraid. Suspended without appeal. Turns out Arden has someone's ear. He grins. Doesn't bother me, though. It shows we hit a nerve back there. He picks a scrappy hand-scrawled menu from the table and tosses it over. What are you drinking? Why are you so calm? You know any reason I shouldn't be? He leans in, suddenly concerned, but then waves the idea away. Hold that thought. Let's order first. Fang is right. The menu is ridiculous. There's at least 10 different infusions, most of which you can't make out, but the paper is dominated by an extensive complement of esoteric alcohols and cocktails. Black tea is listed without a price, as a seasonal specialty. So you ran into Hardin? Was he pissed? Fang doesn't wait for an answer. That snake is so self-righteous, he might actually believe that Erlin would approve of his meritocratic bullshit. He tapped on the table. If Haven Age was like it should be, like it was founded to be, they would have shouted him down at the council meeting he dared to mention true citizens. He sighs. But I guess his kind run the place now. A young woman with a vine tattoo snaking up her arm turns up at the booth, a slate in her hand. Your order? You skim the menu, your eyes blazing over. Time to pick something. As you roll. Citizen David or David Sleeper? A David Sleeper, absolutely. Feng taps the table to order the same. And you, she begins, looking to Feng. But when he sees him, she suddenly stops. What the? Feng shrinks a little. You're supposed to be working. This is your shift. He grins sheepishly. You work here? Feng waves you to be quiet. Look, Jenna, let's just say this is my break. My friend here has been through a lot. Jenna looks between the two of you. Brave. Feng doesn't look pleased. 2 minutes, says Jenna, pointing at Feng. And only because I don't want to get dragged into whatever this is. She gestures at the table and walks off. What? Feng stretches out into the booth. You know how it is. We all have to eat. Plus... He leans in. This is the best place around here to find the person you might be looking for. Who? Remember that web of connections that Arden pinged the moment we confronted him? Those are his collaborators, and if we want to understand what a Solheim executive might be getting up to on the Eye, those are the people we have to find. Liking the game so far? Yeah, it's like playing Dungeons and Dragons, except not really. The setting is different, obviously, right? I don't like feeling conditioned to like I feel like it's more oppressive than I would like, because your mental state, your physical state is always deteriorating, and you need to buy shit regularly to keep it going. Things like that. Like, I don't appreciate the deadlining. I would rather it just be a normal adventure without a deadline. Like, take it at your own pace. Or fuck up. But fuck up at your own pace. And how are things over at the tower? Ping is almost whispering now. There's a couple of them, I suspect, are in the low end. And while almost everyone in the low end comes through this place at one time or another. I was busy yesterday, so I haven't played since Monday. Okay. What, do you remember where you are, more or less? He brings a modified slate out onto the table. I've set this up so that when anyone with the network signature I'm looking for comes into close proximity, it'll mark them. The 9th level. Cool. Once they are marked, we can break through their access protocols and get the good stuff inside. I was super disappointed in the tower, because... And, I hope you don't care that I say this, but... There's a bunch of, like, stuff that looks like doorways, and... Right? It looks like something will open, something will lead somewhere, and no, like, that's it. You've seen it all. I don't know if they think they'll add DLC to it, and that's gonna open. Like, it just looks like there's bound to be more stuff, but there isn't. That was pretty weird. I wonder if there will be some sort of update that gives like super tough battles. Tougher than there are already? Dude, what the fuck, man? I can't imagine anything being tougher than the super boss. just find him first, hence me moonlighting as a waiter. Suddenly a smile grows across his face. Wait, I have an idea. Oh, you know the name. The name means nothing, I mean. It's not like you hear about him before you get to him. I've been told he's bullshit. He's not bullshit. He just has a really unique ability that has never been featured in another game. Because no other game plays like Clair Obscur. And, I don't, like, I don't feel like the game is bullshitting me by doing that to me. What I feel is like, oh my god, how am I getting out of this? But it's cool that it happens in the I've never seen this before. And it's forcing me to think creatively in a way that I haven't thought in this game or any other game about how to get past it. Obviously, people who just build craft so hard that they one-shot him will not even see it, I guess. But that's why I told you, like, it really is worth it to not go build crafting too hard. If you already beat one of the secret bosses, so you're good. There's some things you'll realize you have to adjust for Simon, but I wouldn't go build crafting too hard. But, like, I do think that he is impossible. He's not, because I've seen videos of people doing it, but his attacks are impossible to parry. There's always someone that can do it, but it's just so many attacks, and so fast. I went full dodge on him. Holy shit, snow! Hello, hello! Thank you for the raid! Well, speaking of, let's stop talking about the game right now, by the way, Cyan. Because the snow is playing it. And we don't wanna spoil anything. We were talking about Clair Obscur. I was watching you play a little bit of it, actually. I was watching you struggle against, what's, is it Visage? No, the second Exxon. It's not Visage. Is it? Who's gonna go against the Paintress right now? Is the second one Visage? What was the first one? I'm already... As soon as the second accent started cursing me, I was like... yeah, I understood, like, I was editing, so I wasn't saying anything. But I noticed chat was saying you sometimes skip some battles. Yeah, because of the faces is why I think he's Visage. But yeah, I'm obviously wrong here. But yeah, I love that area. Love it. It's so. That game, I've been saying it, that game is my favorite game in 20 years. And hey, I hope I am there to see you fight the Paintress. You probably will, yes. I should say I won with my backup team, because everyone on the main team was dead. Which felt great! It's probably the first really tough battle in the game. That was me against Renoir. Yeah, like the boss before the Paintress. I don't know how far you are. Because I had to start my own stream. I also had that happen. It actually feels really cool because it's just like the story, right? You are going up against an all-powerful entity. It makes sense that you as a player also barely do it. It's cool. It's really cool. I felt like it was awesome that I barely won. Like I was this close to losing that fight. Both fights. And yeah, the fight with Renoir, I think it was also pretty mean. Also, because I was using Monoko, and I don't really like using him, to be honest. Oh, damn. I don't think I lost against Renoir. I started I started losing some fights later for the endgame stuff. And when you go and when you go into those areas that say danger, yeah, then I was one shot by everything. Some of those overworld bosses. It was 1 HP and I defeated him with the last person alive. That's awesome. That's see, I love that. I love that. Yes, I 100%ed the game, and I absolutely love it. I really think it's the best game in 20 years. And Cyan has beaten the game, but he's doing the extra content, so we were talking about it a little. But yeah, absolutely incredible. I hope you're enjoying it. My favorite game will always be Baldur's Gate 3. Well, my favorite game ever is Final Fantasy VIII. I should play Baldur's Gate 3 too. I haven't played it. I have a big problem, which is if there's a 3 in the title, I want to play 1 and 2. And I actually I think I have Baldur's Gate installed. Do I? Yeah, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. They are installed. It's just a matter of actually happening. Like, I actually don't want to play them. I just want to play 3. But I don't even own 3 at this point. For Player Obscure, I'm liking it, but for Baldur's Gate 3, I slept 3 hours every night and barely ate just so I could play. What drove you? Was it the story, or were you just obsessed with what you could do in the game? Crazy me? I am a little crazy. But yeah, Final Fantasy VIII, I feel... I, I don't know. It's very hard. I was also a kid, right? But the impression a game leaves on you when you're a kid is so much deeper, I feel, because you haven't seen as many games, you haven't experienced as many things. So, I don't think Final Fantasy VIII can be topped for me. The way I love that game is... I don't believe anything can ever get close. But Clair Obscur did get very, very close. First time I bought it because Astarion is my favorite character and then the story is amazing? Okay. You loved Astarion before you played the game? Like the story and all you could do, everyone is different, so you can play 1,000 hours and you'll always find something new? Okay. So, did you platinum it? Is that a game you platinumed? As influenced by all the thirst traps on TikTok. You need to convince Nunu to cosplay Astarion. That would be something. I don't think I ever heard him talk about all this game. Two, Astarion is a hold over a lot of people. It does look like it, yes. And the person that's voiced by Jennifer English, the voice of Mael. I don't remember her name, but she shows up in a lot of things. Shadowheart, yes, thank you. So I've seen a lot of people cosplay her as well. You never platinumed any game? Holy shit. Even the ones that, like, auto-platinum when you beat them? I'm a cosplayer too, but with handmade armor. There's a Portuguese cosplayer that has a bunch of really cool cosplays of her. I don't remember the name. Actually hard to do, no Telltale games. Yeah, cause like Walking Dead, Telltale's Walking Dead or Batman or Tales from the Borderlands. That all gets auto platinumed, right? There's some games that you can't beat without platinuming. Have The Walking Dead didn't play Michonne episodes yet? Ah, you have, like, the collection. Okay. Fair. Game of Thrones? I don't know. You might need to do... You might need to do another choice on Game of Thrones. You did the impossible and not platinuming anything. I don't want to be that guy, but I am sick as a person, as you can see. I have 365 platinum trophies. I didn't remember I changed my wallpaper to Raiden. Like replaying the game and seeing which achievements I have left. Yeah, I always go for platinum, but then if it's too hard, I say no. Look at those Genshin Impact hours shaming me. I need to bump a game up here so it's not Genshin Impact twice. I said I'm sick. Actually, it's 3,000 hours on Genshin because it's PS4 plus PS5. Who's even counting anymore? I quit Genshin, okay? So... Not sick, it's passionate. Yes, exactly. I am a loyal person. I stick with the games. I think I need to turn on my AC. Speaking of, you need to pressure Nunu for our Cloud and Tifa shoot. Speaking of Final Fantasies. I turned on my AC, so I'll be sneezing in 3 minutes. Maybe 2. If I can't cover enough of the low end on my own, and so far I've had no matches in this place. The two of us, we can cover more ground. Oh no. It's not AC/DC, it's just AC. By the way, I'm still regularly thinking of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Platinum. I think that's going to be the one that got away forever. Like everything else I don't care. Your mind leaving. Yeah, I guess it will. You did plant Rebirth? I didn't plant Rebirth. That's the problem. I was hating myself, the game, and the world, and just being alive. I'm missing hard mode and 100% completion, I guess. I don't remember specifically anymore. I got stuck on hard mode. The fight with Gene Attack. Yeah, I really want to do it. I really want to do the photo shoot. Final Fantasy is my favorite thing in life, okay? So... When I'm taking Cloud on here, it's a different version. That's the Advent Children version. Yeah. I'm assuming you do not have Advent Children Tifa. Because who would? Actually, I really don't like the Advent Children costume for Cloud. Because he has the like a big apron for the swords, and it kind of looks bad without swords in it. And you need like a bunch of swords. Ah, yeah, the swimsuit version. Because I think I talked with him about that. Because I was like, dude, you need to do like I want a photo of Nunu as Cloud holding an umbrella like the sword, like Cloud does in the game. And Zack, I guess. Like we need to make that happen. The dress one? Which dress? The blue dress? It was 3 dresses, wasn't it? I think I forgot about the other one. There's a Chinese-looking dress and the blue dress. I don't remember. I think there were 3. Yeah, blue, purple. It's the same thing if you're, if you don't know what colors are. But yeah, do you have like a beach close by? Cool. Okay. That's awesome. That's yeah, I really want to do the. We need to meme with the umbrella, not the umbrella, the sunshade. I don't even know what that's called. I just think it's funny that both Zack and Cloud use the umbrella and the sword. What am I getting into? Well, Fing has a hangdog look. We need to get you out and about in the low end, and close proximity to as many people and residences as possible. And it turns out my friend Minji needs some help with deliveries. Is it Minji Express? They already know him. Perfect. Fing places a tiny receiver on the table. This connects to my slate and runs the same marking protocol if you get near any of our targets. So all you have to do is take some delivery shifts for old Minji, and soon enough we'll have the place covered. This sounds like trouble. I'm gonna eat something and sleep, have a good stream. Alright. Well, thank you for hanging out, thank you for raiding, and when are you fighting the Patriots? When is that happening? Is it tomorrow? I want to try and watch. Oh, next week. Okay. Well, whenever it happens, probably Wednesday. Okay. Whenever it happens, I really want to be there because I gotta see the reaction. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Dang, don't give me that. You think I like working here? I thought you could use the tips, he grins. We are in this together, right? Are we? Yes, you think Arden is happy to have you wandering around the place? He might have let you wander off for now, but I'm sure he has his eye on you. This is on you too. Bank slips his slate back under his clothes. Just head on up to Minji Express, take a delivery shift, and we'll see what shakes up. Manage to find anyone and extract any data, bring it right down here to me. They have me on double shift, so I shouldn't be hard to find. Tina walks past carrying a tray of drinks and sharply catches Feng's eye. I don't think she's bringing your drink, he stands. I think it's time we call this meeting to a close. You grab the receiver from the table and slip it into a pocket. See you soon, sleeper. Stay safe, Feng adds before turning and walking off towards the bar, whistling as he does. Okay. So this has a progress track now? Okay. So now I can work and progress story. Good. Yikes. Okay, I need to do this. As you step out into the passageway, someone barrels into you from behind, sending you stumbling down the corridor. You turn to see an unfamiliar spacer laden with heavy gear. She steadies herself, staring you down as if daring you to respond. Excuse me? She squints at you, shaking her head, before setting off down the corridor. I'm sorry for her. The second spacer smiles at you apologetically. She's on a mission, and when she's on a mission, they shrug. Not a problem. They smile. You're sweet. Peek! Hesha stands further down the corridor, glowing at her friend. She chops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she is rushing to. Peek raises their eyebrows at you. Ash, please, do you want everyone in this station to hate us? Hesha hardens. They want to hate us, they can hate us. She drops her hip. I'm not exactly seeing much love as it is. We're lucky we got through before they set up that damn cordon. Hello, Thro, how are you? Cordon. Pete gestures in your direction. See, they don't even know what you're talking about. This station isn't Hawthorne. Not everyone has to follow some corporate protocol. Hesha sighs. I'm not saying they are part of the administration. She jerks her head in your direction. I'm saying we need to get these supplies to the Briar before someone starts asking questions. The Briar? Good, fresh out of the shower, ready to cuddle? Well, cuddle me with your sleeper insights. Well, that's our ship, Peek explains. Peek? Hesha rolls her eyes. What are you doing? Peek ignores her. We are with the refugees. The ones Havenage have cordoned off from entering the station. Hesha interrupts. The ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely made it to the eye to begin with. The ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk, and are running out of supplies while their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future. She quickly looks away, annoyed at her own outburst. Peek sighs. She's right. People are trapped out there, and... They turn to Esther. We understand that this is a big problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees and more ships turning up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Hesha interrupting. But... Hesha turns away, her burning anger a palpable force. in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supplies, and after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping. He finishes. That's terrible. Michelle looks back at you, her fierceness fading. Peek, please. Esha gathers herself and the supplies. Esha, we need help. Just like the refugees needed us, we need others too. They smile at her. So Tro, how's the dragooning going? You any close to being done? Finished dragooning? Okay. So, how do you compare it to like old school Final Fantasies? Peak turns to you. Come find us at the Climbing Briar. Come find us. The Climbing Briar is docked at the Broken Spoke, past the Greenway, in the wastes. We have a good view of the cordon. No, we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. They squeeze your hand. Thro is a gooner now? When has Thro not been a gooner? Esha turns to leave and Peak follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, Esha shouts back down the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want to help? Show us. Bring supplies or don't come at all. And with that, they disappear around the corner. Esha already picking up speed as Peak calls for her to slow down. A refugee flotilla. Where are they coming from and why now? Each time you think you begin to understand this place, something changes. Call me. Welcome to Episode Flux. Episode Flux is the first of 3 episodic updates to Citizen Sleeper telling the story of the refugee flotilla, which has arrived at the Eye. All 3 episodes Flux, Refuge, and Purge are now available. Completing the Supply Girol's action will begin the episode, but be aware that it is intended for late game play. Okay. So, I think I unlocked all of the station? Complete active scenes. There's an active scene. As you approach the address Ravaya gave you, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder. What's your business here? But in the end, I enjoyed it quite a bit. Some of the storytelling doesn't hold up, some of the dialogue doesn't even make sense. Yeah, localization back then, right? There's some pain points you'd expect, like occasional need to grind, the brutal need to walk back out of so many dungeons instead of just letting the story take you out. Nothing too out of the ordinary for the time. It's near Final Fantasy games of the era, but I'd say maybe a peg or two below in overall quality and polish. Okay. Go into it with the right expectations, a bit of nostalgia lens, it's an enjoyable game. Better than a lot of the stuff of the era that would be absolute torture today. Okay. I don't know, man. I feel like we have worse RPGs later than back then. Maybe that's my nostalgia lens. I feel like the PS3 generation, especially, did not know how to make good JRPGs. PS3 JRPG era was absolute garbage. Good, we agree. So yeah, like, give me a Suikoden, a Wild Arms, or a Legend of Dragoon, or a Valkyrie Profile, and those are gonna be way better than whatever shit was on the PS3. But I don't know. Enchanted Arms. We all know seminal From Software JRPG Enchanted Arms. You know what game should come back? I don't know if you played it. Did you play Folklore? The Enforcer grips your shoulder, giving you a hint of the strength her implants give her. As you turn, you see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabia and Toshiro, glinting like mirrors on her cheeks. Sure, the PS1 games are still going to be hampered by some archaic design decisions that are painful, but I'd agree that PS1-2 era JRPGs are way better overall than PS3 JRPGs. Yeah. Yeah, that's, but I feel like it's so much easier to forgive archaic design because we haven't progressed past it than oh my god, we have learned this lesson 3,000 years ago and you're still making this fucking mistake. Die. You never played Folklore? Just listen to Ryan Clements make love to it on Podcast Beyond. Dude, I think Folklore is really cool. It's one of the most underrated games on PS3. Most likely because it's launch window and no one bought a PlayStation 3 during the launch window. Chia, please, the sleeper is here by my invitation. At Javia's command, the hand immediately loosens and an apologetic look replaces the scowl on Gia's face. Of course, Javia, I'm sorry. Depends on the archaic design. I think GoldenEye was a revolutionary masterpiece and one of the best games ever made. Yet today it's so archaic and painful, it's basically unplayable. I've never played it. Why is it unplayable? I played older FPS games and didn't have a problem other than my motion sickness. One stick, have to stop to aim and shoot. Ah. But if it was ported, it would be 2 sticks most likely, right? That's just the Nintendo 64 being absolute crap. And them doing whatever they had to make a game for it. Rabia always away. Don't worry, I appreciate your protective instincts. She smiles at the Enforcer. How about you head to the Tambor? They have a delivery coming and they'll need some help with the lifting. Gia nods and walks away. You could probably update it, but it would also break much of the design that depended on the player being hampered by the technology. So it's like one of those, you move, you press a button to aim, and then you aim the reticle, is that it? With like the stick that aims a reticule on screen? I've seen that before. I don't know if that's GoldenEye. Yeah, okay. I have GoldenEye Reloaded on PS3, but I haven't played it. If he did strafe and such, he'd be a god, probably. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I guess if you have to do that, they have to make the enemies not be very accurate. But the remake, I remember the remake, they even changed it to Daniel Craig. When clearly GoldenEye is Pierce Brosnan. Sleeper, you came. I'm glad. Didn't feel like an offer. I'm sorry for that. She smiled. She smiles a tight smile. You have to understand, finding you there in Sabine's unit, I wasn't sure where we stood. There are more than a few people on the station who would rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. I wish you no harm. I wonder if there was a marketing decision or a licensing issue. I think the verbiage at the time made it clear that we're not allowing you to use an actor that is not our contracted actor at this time. It's weird because I remember some, and I guess that's not a problem, but there were original 007 games that used like original faces, and I guess that's not a problem. But maybe it is a problem if you use the actor that's not currently under contract. Or at least for an older contract like the one he had. Because even the IO game, it's not using Daniel Craig. It's just using a random face. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's how I understood it back then. Wish you no harm. I am glad. Ravia begins walking and gestures for you to walk with her. She takes you down a staircase into the bustling walkways on the low end. What do you know about Yatagan? You run the low end. He laughs. That sounds impressive. We run out of the low end, yes. We don't run it. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Her reputation is one that implies threat. Is that fair to say? We are framed as aggressors, parasites, and criminals. I don't think Daniel is really Bond anymore, is he? Is there a current one? Technically, he's still Bond, because they haven't announced a new one. but I think he's all done. I don't know how it works. You should apply. Absolutely. Why don't you apply? At least you have some bright eyes. You know, all the actors have bright eyes. That was the first one. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Did you also play Indiana Jones' dad? I am indeed. You know what Sean Connery movie would make a great RPG? I think it would be an awesome RPG, actually. Highlander. And I mean turn-based, as always. I don't even care about any other kind of RPG. Imagine a Highlander RPG where you power up as you kill each of the other Highlanders. Was that Christopher Lambert? That's the main character. The Sean Connery is the villain? Or the Master? Was he the villain or the Master? I don't even remember anymore. I think he's like the final boss of the movie. Oh, they're making a Highlander with Henry Cavill and Russell Crowe? I didn't know that. By the director of John Wick. Interesting. Oh no, well, so Sean Connery is like his master, yes. Clancy Brown is the bad guy. It has been a long ass time. Look at that throw. I actually think there's a lot of potential in Highlander. I would make an RPG of it. The Highlander remake sounds like it has 10 times more promise than most remakes. Yeah, and Highlander I think is an excellent concept. 1986. Yeah, that's older than me, man. But yeah, it's a great concept, I think. And both Russell Crowe and Henry Cavill are amazing. The John Wick director is great. She gestures around at the people in the passageway. When was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the eye? A policeman? Who makes the laws here? Evenage? Yes, they like to believe so, don't they? By claiming a lineage that extends back into Erling's Union, they assume the burden of authority. But they have no authority here, out past the Bright Market, where few work in their shipyard, or pay for their docking berths. Unfortunately, I can't say that. Sorry. If you had spent your time in the low end, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The low end was empty in Erling's time. They didn't need to house thousands, and keeping the yards and the rotunda safe was work enough. No. The low end was reclaimed later, when the refugees started arriving. By the way, I noticed that Death Stranding 2, if you buy the early access, you can't stream it until like past a certain point. Maybe meets your eye. But the collapse didn't just happen here on the station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned. The moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage, some tried to hold it together, some fled. I don't think it makes sense. Like past delivery 20 something, you can't stream it. Sure, tons of streamers have already raised to show past that. I don't know. You're risking a DMCA takedown if you do. Like, they warned you. Fair or not, they warned you. I wonder... I think Atlas did that for the Persona games, but I don't know if they did that for Metaphor. But they did that not in early access, they did it just for the game generally. You show the game past a specific date and they strike you. I've seen dozens of streamers play Zelda before release on emulation. There's enough idiots out there always. Yeah, of course. Someone will want the views. If you're going to tempt Nintendo, you might as well just nuke your own channel. Yes. Someone will want the views, and then you can deal with the fallout later, because you grew at that point. He became a refuge, an heirloom to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone, but many within his organization disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they hoped. Javier leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls and traders. If you ever get your channel back. Yeah, I mean, you grow in other places. People who don't care like that, yeah. Nintendo's like the Mafia? Yeah, literally. Allegedly! I mean. Wrong word! It's allegedly like the Mafia. Dude, speaking of the allegedly, there's this, I know you have, remember when they sued the dude named Bowser into basically slavery? No. Isn't there CEO Bowser? Doug Bowser? Oh, I should show you this. CEO Bowser sued a dude named Bowser over a character named Bowser. We live in a simulation, by the way. Yeah. And yet, some people do not value you know what. The lives in you know what. I've really started thinking more and more how the what? You know what? Think about it a little. I don't need to spoil it. like so many people I've heard like, oh, like I just tuned out, that stopped caring. Like, what? Like, I know they're not the same as everyone else, but they're still people. And the fact that you don't consider them people, I don't even know what I think about that, actually. I think that's weird. Not you specifically. I'm gonna show you something that's all the rage in Portugal now. Because... yeah, because it's a hard choice, and the fact that it's not a hard choice for some people is weird. Is weird to me. So, U.S. not the only country with freedom of speech problems. Right now. So Portugal, the current affairs, a comedian has been sued by a band. Well, it depends on what your phone, if your phone has memes regarding the president. So maybe you don't have freedom of speech if you agree with the administration? But that's not where I was going. Now I lost my train of thought. Comedian getting sued because they made a joke. They made a video joking about a performance from a band. And I'm gonna show you that performance. That video. I'm gonna show you the video. This is the national anthem. And this is the American Idol, but Portuguese American Idol. Dos teus igrejos avós, que há de guiar-te à vitória, às armas, sobre a terra e sobre o mar, às armas, pela paz, contra os canhões no chão.
Depois entraste ali num campo muito delicado, que é assassinar uma música destas, e eu tive que mandar parar.
So the jury in the Idols is saying, "Oh, you're murdering this song." So I really gotta stop you here. It's a cover. Well, it's the national anthem. What's the official version? So the jury was spliced in, right? So that they would make, the comedian was making a joke that they were singing very poorly, obviously. Murdering the song, right? Now this comedian is getting sued by €1 million because of this video that I just showed you. These guys are being... Yeah, the singers are suing the comedian. They say they had a loss of revenue. They got an acne attack. An acne outbreak, which you can't make this shit up. Like, these guys, no one cared about this. Absolutely no one cared about this. It's like, you watch this, you laugh, you move on, right? Right now, everyone has seen it. Everyone knows about it. These guys are a joke. And they've absolutely done more damage to themselves by suing than by staying quiet. It's absolutely incredible. And everyone is looking attentively because, like, this shouldn't even go to court, and it is going to court. It is in court right now. Because this should have just been nope, you're frivolous, go away. Play stupid games and win stupid prizes? Yeah, but the thing is, like, the fact that this is going to court and it's not just considered frivolous is already scary, I think. Also, hi CDMS. I didn't say hi. I responded when I didn't say hi. It's weird to see the dystopia closing in. Anyone can sue anyone over anything technically. Free speech only protects you from government. Yeah, that's idiot and very frivolous. Yeah, but when you go to court, when you try to sue someone will deem it like worthy of going to court, or no, this is frivolous. Stop wasting the court's time, right? So the fact that it is even allowed to go to court is already baffling to me. Yeah, the judge can throw it out, but it has to go before a judge at the very least. Yeah, but it wasn't thrown out, is what I mean. It's going to trial right this moment. Not this moment, because it's nighttime, but you know what I mean. Yeah, fuck those guys. And this is give that judge a promotion? Yeah. This is a well-known band that would have not felt any drawback from this. It's like I said, it's a joke. People will laugh and move on. No one's gonna remember it the next day, unless you do the Streisand thing. Yes. Erling's union was made of workers, administrators, people who were malleable and already organized into hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families, who were scared, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Did David had an acne attack? The pain and suffering? Absolutely. Someone joked about you, and you just threw yourself on the ground and into the mud. You were fine. It's like those meme videos of soccer players where you don't even touch him and he just flips out, throws himself on the ground, holding the leg. Yatagan is a child of that conflict, a child born out of the need for us to stand up and claim our future, to provide security, strength. People call us a gang, but we are a community. I take my position as a lieutenant seriously, and from my birth I have worked to earn it. Kamiya catches herself before she raises her voice any further, and you both walk in silence for a while. Among the smells and textures of the low end, you start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. Where do I come into this? Flips around like a fish because he felt the breeze from the player next to him. Yep, exactly. Navia smiles to herself and thinks for a moment before she responds. I believe that you understand the importance of our refuge, so I also believe that you wish to help keep this place safe. She exhales quietly. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Sabine told you about us, but I imagine it was not good. By the way, though, I'm gonna have to ask you for your presidential candidate support when we are closer to the elections and every candidate has been announced. I will be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of Yatagan. An ex-corporate employee, it goes against our nature. But their deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance, made sure Sabine had their surgery, kept it supplied, that was all. I'm not running. But I cannot allow people to go back on the promises they have made to us. Yatagan has not lasted this long because it was a charity. We offer and ask for support. Any betrayal will be treated as an attack. Who is Yannick? Yannick is one of the heads of Yatagan. They guide us. He is the newest to be elected. He is an elder. Sabine found some. Please, I don't want to hear their accusations. They only wanted to escape their debt. They would have said anything. But where are they now, to stand behind their claims? I will find them. As will we. You realize that Rabia has led you in a loop, and together you both come back up a staircase to the walkway where you met. You are free to go, Sleeper. I have said what I wish to say. She looks out through the windows of the walkway. I would protect this place with my life, as it has protected me. I want to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you too wish to come under its protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish, and there will be tasks for you to complete. You will be able to see Yatagan, to see the low end with your own eyes, not as others frame us. Are you starting Death Stranding today? Or tonight? As for Sabine? She pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them. But if they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Javier leaves, slipping back into her office, while you stare out at the countless units, each a home, each with a story, that make up the low end. Right. Unlocks in 3 hours. Mike, if I'm not too tired. Okay. Who has time for Death Stranding? Assassin's Creed Shadows just released a new trophy. Cool. Is it for replaying the game 100% again? Complete the Seta River Killers. I don't know what that means. Thankfully no, otherwise I'd be on suicide watch. Hello, Melty. How's it going? Oh. I just asked how's it going, but I'm gonna take a quick break, and I will be right back. Guys, this heat is killing me. Thank you. Where did I get it? Scrap the phone. So, Thro, I haven't understood one thing about this game yet. That I think it's pretty important. When do you get new skill points? No, I've gotten plenty. I just don't understand what makes me get them. The drives. I don't know. I feel like I'm not completing as many drives as I'm getting points. But anyway. I should have eaten. Yeah, we'll be fine. Look, I have free food waiting for me right here. Memphis is preparing the Giroll caps. He has had to heavily adapt this recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish white bulb you have never seen before, and he is slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms and then places them in the wok with a sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize there in that well-worn crucible. He adds the liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. We have a moment, sleeper, he smiles. Do you have a story? Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia. Something distant and melancholic. It seems like the story should match that feeling somehow. Or maybe you will feel better for telling it. Recall your oldest memories. You start by explaining that when you are emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable, or perhaps it's a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive, and that on occasion they come back to you, like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you have forgotten something important, but just can't bring it to mind. Fucking AC. I boot up the game and it resets every red codex entry is in red. I have no idea if there's actually anything new to go with the new missions. Top man on the job over there as usual. Also sitting here with like 2 hours of pop-ups of new codex entries. Cool. Very cool. Top men also work on the Borderlands remaster that I am now playing with my dad in co-op. Somehow, when I got to it, I could import my character, and it popped some trophies, but not all of them. But the trophies it didn't pop, it's like, you might as well not pop any. Cause I think I got I think I got a trophy for being max level, which is cool, I guess. Actually, no. Where is that? Is there a trophy for being max level? Maybe not. Anyway, when I went to try to import it again to see if it would like work differently, because that's how I did it, for example, in Wolong. In Wolong, when I went to PS5, I imported my save and I didn't get everything, but then I imported it again, and the other stuff pops. So, it barely works, but it works. Now, Borderlands, when you import your save, they're like, well, save is imported, why even keep it? Delete. Come on. Genius. Yeah, I really think so. There's a magic to this, to the process. So basically what I'm doing now, basically, I'm finishing the game and doing everything with my dad, and then he will have to carry me, and I'm already worried, with the new character, so that I get the leveling up trophies. Hopefully we're just gonna kill the super boss in the game a bunch of times, but I'm not looking forward to it. was taking a look at the trophies I didn't unlock. It looks like it looks like I cheated actually, because you unlock things completely out of order. Somehow I got the entire DLC pack for one of the entire trophy pack for one of the DLCs, which is a really boring one. So good, better than nothing, I guess. You struggle to explain the feelings of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you have forgotten something important, but just can't bring it to mind. If is not throughout, cooking as he does, with deft and skillful moments. You start to trail off when you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown even to yourself. Emphis finishes cooking and meets your eye. I'm sorry, Sleeper, for your troubles. He puts the wok to one side. I appreciate you sharing with me. He smiles. I hope it lightens you a little. He passes you a bowl and heaps the girolles into it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce in whirls and moves. Eat. The dish is delicious, filling. It warms you as you eat in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It's a small mercy, you think, that SNR left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. That is why you breathe even when you do not need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it, to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power, so much is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Emphis takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the bright market, somehow changed. Alright. So yeah, I'm not starving anymore. And for free. Tala stands back from the newly finished still and tub, hands on hips. Look at this, she grins. The overlooked distillery in all its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you. How's sourcing the ingredients? Tala smiles. I think I've got most of it covered between the food factories in the low end and the farm stacks on the Greenway. However, she pauses, there's an issue. What's the problem? Well, Girol the drink, as you probably guessed, is named after Girol the mushroom. That's what gives it a golden color and earthy taste. The alcohol is infused with mushrooms, along with a mix of spices. That means you need Girol caps to make Girol, but no one wants to supply us. The distilleries on the Greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there, so it's hard to get a single cap across Founder's Gap. However, I have an idea, she smiles. We can grow our Girol caps here. She gestures at the increasingly equipment-filled back room. Are you sure? Totally sure. Tala puts a hand up on the still. We made a still. We set all this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? They don't need light, they barely need soil. We can do this. She pauses. Or at least we could if we had something to grow them from. Like spores? Exactly. Suddenly you feel like you've walked into a trap. And you are the perfect person to get me those spores. She nods rapidly. Think about it. You built the still. You are great with plants. You know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Half of that isn't even true. Don't be so modest. She pats your shoulder. Look, I can't leave the bar and the other people picking up shifts. She grimaces. I'm saying it has to be you. Fine. Wonderful. You'll love it over on the Greenway, I think. All that fresh air, open space. She sees your expression. Okay, I'm done. She turns back to look at the still and the fledgling distillery forming around it. It really is something now, isn't it? Want to or not, you really have to agree. Sleeper! You see Feng coming out the corridor as you step out of Mean G's. The kelp noodle smell still clinging to your clothes. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long. Take these. Feng palms you a couple of those metal, thumbnail-sized drives. Ripper worms. My slate has been buzzing like crazy. It seems your delivery shifts have turned up our 2 targets. He squeezes your shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now we nail those snakes. What do we do? Arden's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Slot the Ripper worms in those ports, 1 each. And they'll feed me anything and everything stored on Arden's shadow network. He smiles. Can't wait to see what juicy plans they have in there. You hear the scuffle of boots as a group comes up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order with Min Ji. You turn for a second, and when you look back, Feng is already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. He raises a hand in farewell and is gone. You run your fingers over the tiny Ripper worm drives in your pocket, and smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Shannon will be at Feng for this little excursion. Time to slot some worms. That's what Thro tells me every night. Is there a way to reset the hunter? other guy is still after me. Hey, you miss me? Ethan smiles a ragged smile at you. No. Ethan follows along, and you notice he isn't limping. Come on, Sleeper, it's just a little joke. I know you have a sense of humor. You look at him. He is paler than usual, hunched. He is sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet an old friend. Get lost. Ethan's face drops along with all pretense of friendliness. I think you'll want to hear this, Sleeper, I think, he says, rapidly shaking his head. You'll really want to hear this. I doubt it. Ethan ignores you. This is big, really big stuff about you. He seems more jittery than usual, on edge. You remember how SNR cancelled the contract on you? The contract I was going to collect? I remember. Well, I'm guessing you were pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed. Me, I lost everything, but let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. And so, what did you think? That was it? I was just glad to be done with you. Oh, the feeling was mutual, except... Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old SNR gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who is even more of a shithead than yours truly. He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Oh. Ethan grins. That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see, some colleagues, about what went down, and it turns out SNR cancelled all their bounty contracts, the whole lot. Seems they brought someone in-house, some guy who did so well in their last contract that they got offered the job. He leans in. Apparently he made a hit on this ship called the Winter Wonderland or something. He was smuggling sleepers out from under SNR's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. Ethan whistles. They called him Emwick or Maywick or something. He gives up looking for the paper. I forget. Why are you telling me this? Because I'm your friend, Ethan says, looking you in the eye. And friends help each other out. Ethan runs his hands through his greasy hair. Given this new information I brought to light, it seems like you are in need of protection. I'm not paying you anything. Easy, I'll get to that. He looks down the corridor. Meanwhile, I'm in need of assistance in kind. It turns out I upset some people at the compressor the last time we were there. The owners, and they say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Seems they are that kind of businessman, he grimaces. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out, in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful, even more so for his clownish acting. Then work it off. You should be glad, the anger rising in him now, that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You are a contract, a name on the list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples. I'm sorry, he hisses. I'm sorry for being a shit and trying to kill you, and whacking that thick skull of yours, he sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy? But us, he jabs a finger between the two of you. We don't have a choice. So you keep me from getting killed, and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other. A straight 50-50 deal. He looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. I'll think about it. Ethan nods. I'm at the compressor. Every cycle. Working. He pauses. Just think about Maywick. Think about that cold-eyed SNR shit on his way here from the core systems. He smiles. That should give you the motivation you need. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. Like something I don't want to do. But I'll do it. Seems like something that's gonna be missable. No, that's it. That's what I want. Maywick. Ethan says Maywick is on their way. You'll need to leave the station, get protection, or disable your tracker before they arrive. Okay. Or it's a game over. We beat the game! The showcase that was ages ago? You're never going to release my debt. The shit! Ethan kicks at a locker and the sound rattles loudly around the room. Ethan paces around the small room swearing to himself. You watch him from the locker room, bitch. Calm down. They'll do it. Didn't that already happen like 2 days ago? Ethan laughs. There's no way. I don't like having sniveling little shits like us to work their club. Saves on the overheads and they get the bosses around. It's the locker again and swears. What did they say? Some shit about getting back to me. I swear to God, these are the most straight-edged gangsters I've ever seen. He laughs at his own joke. I can't do it. I can't spend another shift stopping spacers bringing nail guns into the club, or pouring endless shots of Girol for ignorant Haven Age workers. He looks at the locker again, threatening it with a final kick. I mean it! I'm going to go up there and shoot every single one of those shits. He makes a finger gun. Oh, they deserve it. He laughs. He stops pacing. But you know, Sleeper, that's not a bad idea if you have there. Well, I didn't have an idea. He ignores you. Unless you were 4 days ahead 2 days ago. I may be a time traveler. I don't mean shooting up the place, I mean getting the gun. He sits beside you on the bench. Think about it. What am I supposed to do when Maywick gets here? Shout him down? I need that gun if you want me to keep up my end of the deal. I can't wait to play a fighting game with Throw 7. It's simple. An explosive personality for a distraction at the front. He places a hand on his own chest. A sneaky sleeper to go in the back. That's your chest. What about the debt? We've done our time, and the wounds they've faced, they faded. If they don't notice us take the gun, they'll never know it's gone. Plus, he stands up. After my distraction, they'll be happy to see the back of me. Or they'll want you dead even more. Either works. At least I'd never have to see the inside of this shithole again. He gives the locker one last kick, for good luck. Let me know when you want to do this. Then we both move as one, and meet up in a bright market after. But don't take too long or I really will shoot this place up, he grins. You know I'll do it. All games are fighting games if you really think about it. I don't think Flower is a fighting game. Alright, let's do it. The gun tucked safely into a pocket, you work your way down the stairs that lead up to the office. The doorman passes you, and you exchange nods. It seems like you are in the clear. You hurry on, eager to get out before anyone spots anything. As you come down the main stairway to the front of the club, you see Ethan entering. He has a dark look in his eyes which troubles you. He is reaching into the pocket of his coat, slowly, carefully. You catch his eye and he raises an eyebrow. You shake your head. A long pause, then he nods and turns around, walking back out of the club. You exhale, not realizing you are holding your breath. And then you are out, without a single shout, without anyone noticing. You meet Ethan around the corner on a quiet Great Market old walkway. You have it? He looks nervous. What are you doing back there? I was about to start a distraction, just like we agreed, he sighs. Just show me. You lift it out of your pocket, and it's colder, heavier than you expected. Ethan watches you take it out. Nice! Now, if you would mind... He beckons with his hand. A memory jumps into your mind, of Ethan in the compressor, hand out, asking for his gun back. A memory followed by the memory of a sharp, dizzying pain. You flinch. Wait. Ethan gestures again. Come on, hand it over. No. Funny, Ethan narrows his eyes. Point the gun at Ethan laughs. So you can learn, he smiles. Well done, you. Unfortunately, it's a little too late, he noticed the hand in his pocket. You had so many cycles to try to end us, and yet here we are. Who are you talking about? Still don't get it, do you, Sleeper? Ethan spits. When they canceled that contract, I lost everything. My reputation, my payout, any way of getting off this shitty station. Everything. All I had left was you, he grins. The naive little sleeper with a heart of gold. I couldn't believe it worked, he laughed. And now we are done. But the contract is cancelled. No shit, Ethan smiles. He stares fearlessly at you. I can't believe you thought I'd kill one of my own for you. For what? Helping me wash dishes? He laughs. Maywick is like me. We understand each other. He's here, you know, on the station. I've been speaking with him. He tells me we can split the contract, not 50-50, but enough of a finder's fee that I can get out of this shithole. You're dead. If you were capable of that, Sleeper, you would have done it long ago. Doesn't matter either way, Ethan grins. I already called him. Ethan glances around. I've learned one thing from you, though, Sleeper. In all our cycles working in that shitty club, he smiles. People never know when to cut and run. It's like they freeze in the headlights when the future is bearing down on them. They watch it coming, watch their death flying in at fraction-rise speed. You had every chance, and yet still you kept on going like some idiot robot, going through the motions, even when you knew you'd be crushed, he smirks. And let me tell you something else. A shot enters through his upper back, and he crumples immediately to the ground. You drop too without thinking, pressing yourself to the walkway floor like it might save you. Silence. You look up and see him coming down the walkway, silent, eyes alight. Maywick. You freeze in fear. Here it comes. Move. You can't. You inch forward. You go for it. You rush forward and the shot sounds out. You feel it ripple over your back, and you are lifting the gun. And you scramble to your knees behind Ethan's body and fire. You close your eyes. You fire again and again and again until the clip is empty and all that are left are clicks. Then you drop the gun and stand up. You don't hear anyone running. You don't hear anything. You just hear the sound of your own breath. You start walking, stepping over Ethan's static body, walking along the walkway and then past Maywick, his eyes now dark, some mechanical fluid leaking from his chest, perhaps the same fluid that is inside you. You try not to think about it. You keep going and the sound comes back. The eye comes back. And as it does, you hear the sound of thousands of people getting on with their lives. Thousands of people who are just going to keep going until they can't anymore. You look up and all you see are wheeling stars. They are spinning and you are suddenly dizzy. Though the eye has always spun like this, hasn't it? And you don't stop walking, you keep going. That's all there is now, the path forward. As an arc have left you no history, no past to speak of, just a void that threatens to swallow you if you slow down. You think of Ethan's smile, his voice, and feel sick. Is it over? You aren't sure it ever can be, but you are still here, and you can't stop now. There has to be a better end than this. Okay. So I won. Great success? She's asleep, whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door shut as he does. You are perched at a thin bar in the main room, the slate in front of you still glowing with Mina and your drawings from a cycle spin together. There's a ring, the only world Mina has known, with stick figures standing along its edge. The tall one is you. Drink? Asks Lem, producing a worm-looking bottle of Girol from under the bar. A worm-looking bottle. Its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light. Sure. Lem nods and logs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers, then sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers. You clink the metal containers together. Is Girol a real thing? Sorry, not done yet. Stage 11. Nice. Is this guy typing? That's me. I am typing. Lem nods and logs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers, then sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers. And you clink the metal containers together. You know, we actually have something to celebrate this time around. Lem gives you a sideways look. I made the assembly team on the side of reel. He grins broadly. Clearly has been desperate to tell you all cycle. Amazing! Lem holds up his drink. Couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little Meanie back there. Lem shifts a little on his stool. He looks uncomfortable. How's our girl doing, Sleeper? Haven't seen much of her these past cycles. Doing great. Of course she is. He playfully squeezes your shoulder. She talks about you a lot, you know. Draws you. I'm glad she has a friend that isn't me. His eyes drift to the bedroom door. You okay? He nods. I can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine. He gazes into the middle distance. I pulled her off of a refugee shuttle out by one of Ember's moons. The colony was falling apart for decades after Solheim collapsed, surviving on next to nothing. Eventually some of the residents tried to make for the eye on these decrepit old shuttles. He sloshes his drink around in his tumbler. They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway here. Everyone spaced. The only reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapon locker. She was ice cold when I reached her. Purple lips. He shivers. Spamming. Okay. Yeah, it's not that, it's not always easy when they fuck you up before you get to it, or it doesn't even kill them. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. Takes a drink. Still not sure why. He reaches over and refills his cup. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand. We were private military, hired in by Conway to protect their claims in the collapse. But once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us dumped here. You saved her. I'm going to sound like an idiot now, but he sighs. She saved me. That's the truth of it. He looks around the decaying unit. It's stained plastic plating and flickering lights. Me, I brought her to this. She was tiny, too small to know what she lost. But I can't stop thinking about it. He rubs his eyes. Dark with tiredness. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? What then? The sidereal will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her? We'll make it. Sorry, I know you don't have it any better. He looks at his cup and pushes it away down the bar. This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now, both of us in with a chance. Together. That's right, we hold on together. Imagine all three of us riding the sidereal horizon out of here, to a new world. He looks into his glass for a moment. I think I drank this too fast, he laughs. Lamb stands and starts to clear the glasses into the auto wash. I need some sleep, friend. Well, see you around. Alright then, he catches your shoulder as you turn to leave. Thank you, Sleeper. I mean it. From both of us. He pats your shoulder and you slip out into the dark of the walkway, with thoughts of little Mina in your mind. I love it when I become friends with people, but they never call me by my name, because I don't have a name in this game. But yeah, Gomage isn't gonna save you for the final tower fight either. Just letting you know. It helps. That's about it. Did you end up grinding for Lumina? No, I didn't have to. I had plenty, and I had every character like it, the same with the same amount. Even though Throw was like, you do that, you're gonna have to grind for that for ages. You know Throw, he never believes in me. Not as good as at games as you, have mercy. I'm not the kind of gamer David is. Yes, absolutely. That's gotta be it. Yeah, the attacks of the first secret boss that you already defeated, I think are really hard to parry as well. The combination and the speed at which they happen, they are really hard. Oh, I kinda did. But one thing I really loved was how you went there, you got a cutscene, it had stakes, and you get another cutscene, and it's a side quest that happens all at the same time, but what you're doing has value. I really love that. I really think that game is so well done. You wake from dreams of Maywick's amber eyes, floating in a pool of dark fluid. It was difficult to get to sleep, and you suspect that isn't about to change anytime soon, not after what happened. But you also feel something else as you get up. Thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water, like every morning. You feel something is lifted, something that has been hanging over you since you arrived on the station. You try not to think too hard about it, to question it, you just let that lightness stay. Let it settle as you go through your routines. Your hope is that if you don't focus on it, you don't look at it directly, it won't get scared and leave you. That the lightness will stay, for the cycle, and then another, and then another. Because after all that's happened, a little lightness would be nice. This Ubisoft DLC has literally zero soul, there's no vision, it's a checklist stripped down to the barest parts. Just got description for a target I killed, after I killed her. Didn't know who she was or why she was a target beforehand. The description reads as follows. Referring to watch and wait for her prey. This hired killer was a sound threat, now silenced. Now, not only is there a typo, but I still know nothing about this person I just killed. It's beyond soulless. Well, though, she was alive, and you had to unalive her. I don't know what's even to talk about here. You're right, you're qualified to write for Ubisoft? I am. This is why people leave Ubisoft! Because it's so fucking incredible, and it must be really, really soul-crushing to work like this. It's like you dream of working in video games. When you dream of working in video games, you don't dream of, well, I'm gonna show my mom these beautiful park benches that I drew. And that's my job. That was my job. Great job. It's gotta be soul-crushing to be part of something that's soulless. Not only is it soulless in terms of storytelling, it's soulless mechanically. This person was sitting in a bush. I walked up to the bush, pressed R1 to assassinate, already hidden in the bush. Just a robot pressing buttons. Yes. Yes, you are. Hey, my dad is having the time of his life. He says, I think he's doing the... We'll see. We'll see how it's going. I still think he's on the up. Because he just finished Assassin's Creed 4. And he says it's his favorite. But I guess 4 is everyone's favorite, isn't it? was great. Yeah, we'll see. The thing he complains about the most in Assassin's Creed is, like, he complains about this a lot. Like, you're trying to chase a guy, and your character is going to just, like, grab onto something or climb something instead of running straight forward. I don't know if that's an old game problem, or if it's still a problem. Yeah, that happens. Well, as you walk into the tamer, you quickly spot Fink arguing with Jenna. So there's this one. I'm like forcing him to do all the trophies. Like, you're playing the game on my account, you do everything except the 100% because he can't do that. 100% sync. There's some mini game in 3. He can't win a single time. I tried it. I didn't understand it. It just isn't able to do it. I don't remember. No, in 3, sorry. Did I say 4? Yeah, it's a board game. So it's one of these. One of them is just checkers. So I did that. I won that first try. And then I struggled a little, but I won the other one as well. The remaining one, I couldn't even understand how to play. I think it's something where you make lines. Like you place. There's no guide for it online. I mean, it's a random game. So I didn't exactly look. Usually part of trophy guides. Yeah, if anything, it's just gonna teach me the game a little better. I wanted to worry when I played Assassin's Creed 3 one day, probably never. I didn't worry too much, but yeah, he couldn't do it at all. I only gave it like a couple of tries. You're hilarious, I know. I'm here every day, man. Happy to entertain. It doesn't look good. Fang seems to be explaining something, but Jenna is having none of it. She points to the door and Fang walks away, catching your eye as he turns. Could have done with you getting here a minute or so ago. He glances back at Jenna. Well, either way, looks like I'm fired. Good news is that it doesn't look like I need a job anyway. Tell Dad to get on those trophies? Absolutely, I tell him. They're like, oh, I've done everything. And then I go on the list and I'm like, well, what about kill 5 enemies by hanging them with a rope dart? Ah, that's too hard. No, you're gonna do that. I don't care. The random game of chance. I told him I let him quit it. He takes out a slate, pulsing with pale light. Now let's take a look at what you are really here for. The slate is a whirring mess of code streams, coming direct from the Reaper worms as they dig through the agent's data and spin it into threads for the slate to pick up. Anything good? Thing scrolls the display with a finger. A lot of junk, a lot of dull as hell message threads, a lot of tedious data caches, but Thing's eyes flash. Definitely some good stuff. He stops the screen scrolling on an entry and expands it. Check this out, Thing shows you the screen. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's, and a word below. Conway, Thing says. He's working with Conway. Conway Extractions, right? Thing nods. He's been speaking with them personally. Got a whole chain of messages here, but it's mostly encrypted or redacted. He rubs his head. Damn it, this is juicy, but we can't nail him with it. He scrolls some more. Wait. What's this? A wasteland reclamation facility. Right here on the eye. He glances at you. What's the bet this place is tucked into the wastes? The wastes? It's the section of the eye Erlin couldn't reclaim. Was too damaged to cut off. To cut off. Back before the collapse, people would have got there by going down the connected spoke from the hub. That spoke's broken now, so the only way is the long way, around the rim, past the greenway. He shows you on his slate. King looks away, thinking. Conway have been making moves on the system since the collapse. I heard they took over one of Solheim's old belt colonies a while ago, moved everyone out and reclaimed the whole rock. Why work with Arden? Axis? Old connections? Not sure. Thing looks back at the screen. But if Arden is involved in it, then we need to check it out. Simple as that. So what's next? Thing stares out into the middle distance. We have to get to that facility. The answer to whatever Arden has been planning, has to be there, and we are going to catch him in the act. Give me 5, maybe 6 cycles, and then I'll see you on the greenway. I seem to remember there's some old service docks on the outer shell, up by the IFA building. Should be a good place to meet. Thing squeezes your shoulder. Thanks again, Sleeper, for sticking with this. I haven't forgotten about that tracker of yours either, but I'm going to need to be back in my bay to pull a solution together. He turns the slate around to face you, showing a massive scrolling code. I've been working on a fix in my brakes. He winks. Thing grins. See you soon, Sleeper. He walks out the door of the timber without looking back. Alright. Those are games, Monty. Yeah. He's like ChatGPT, except with a heavy delay. As you say your goodbyes to the other enforcers and walk back through the low end, a chirruping catches your attention. In a quiet corridor away from the main thoroughfare, someone has stuck a small recorder to the wall, with "Suit Seal on Tape." Written across the fluorescent tape is one word: Sleeper. You peel it away from the wall, and as you do, it triggers some kind of improvised strip switch. "Sleeper," Sabine's voice crackles through. "I have seen you with Yatagan members. Are they holding you captive now too?" A high whine. "I'm sorry if I have dragged you into this. Do not trust them. Something is happening within the gang. Some kind of power struggle." You cover the speaker a little, their voice too loud in the quiet corridor. "I will come soon. Thanks to your efforts, I have located most of their properties. At the right time..." A pause. "I will see you soon. Don't give up. Remember our deal." The recording cuts out. You stare at the recorder, processing what you have just heard. Hearing Sabine's voice again opens up something inside of you. An SNRP employee. Do they know that I know? You struggle with a mix of concern and distrust. You throw the recorder into a nearby waste chute as you leave the corridor, still unsure who to trust, and head quietly out of the low end. Yeah, it really takes a long time to make money. Yikes. This time you meet inside Javia's office, although now that you've seen it, office seems like the wrong term. You find her stood in an almost bare shadowy unit, midway through a sequence of stretches. There are two low stools and a terminal in the corner, but it seems that most of the space is taken up by a heavy punching bag, rubber matting, and a stack of weights. When Javia turns to greet you, you realize she's missing an arm. The prosthetic she usually wears is set in a cradle near the terminal, a web of colored wires running to it. "Update," she says, noticing you looking where her artificial arm usually is. "Nothing to worry yourself with." Of course. "Sit," says Ravia, gesturing to the two diminutive stools. You both settle on the stools. Javia crossing her legs on top and sitting straight backed. "Gia told me you've been doing the rounds, collecting tithes, patrolling the ward." She smiles. "Some of the enforcers are impressed, and I hear you handled a few difficult circumstances. Nicely done." "I wanted to see for myself." You raise an eyebrow. "See what for yourself?" "If the stories are true." "I see." Javia flexes her neck side to side. "And the conclusion?" "Still deciding." "Well, Sleeper," Javia says teasingly, "please keep us updated on any progress." She smiles a thin smile. "Joking aside, I know that for you, life on the Eye has been a struggle. But I hope we can do something about that from here onwards. Though some of our members may not see it this way, I know you two are a refugee." She looks at you solemnly. "That is why you have come to us." "Enough, Javia," Sabine's voice cuts through the conversation. "I'm tired of listening to your affected nobility." Across the room, Javia's baton in their hand, the end lit with sparking electricity. Javia looks between the two of you. "I suppose this ambush was another cooperation between you two?" She looks strangely unfazed. "No, they're acting alone." Sabine pauses, thrown off for a moment by your renunciation. Javier takes this opportunity to act. She leaps from the stool and, fainting past Sabine, grabs the baton and twists it inwards. He is by far the stronger, and she pushes Sabine to their knees, plunging the crackling end of the baton towards their chest. They freeze there, Sabine struggling to keep the cracking baton from their skin. Stop! Can you support them? Javier asks you, her eyes not leaving Sabine. Your loyalties are so easily swayed. I thought you were more than Yannick's attack dog, Javier. Sabine spits back. Are you not able to think for yourself? Javier holds the baton strong, and for a moment you think she is about to hammer it down into Sabine's chest. But, after a painful wait, she throws Sabine down instead, and spins the baton in her hand, thumbing a switch and shutting it off in a single move. Javier, explain. They both look at you, each still catching their breath, as if they had forgotten about your presence. Explain what? How the moment I call, my enforcers will come down here and take them away? Javier cracks her neck. You're lucky I didn't kill you. I would have had every right, she shouts, the anger a release of tension more than a threat. Sabine lifts themselves a little bruised from the fall. They roll onto their side and cuff. Javier gives them some space, sitting back on the stool. Sabine props themselves up. Is it themselves? I didn't even know that was a word. Up on their elbows and fixes Javier with a hard stare. I guess it's an individual, but I've always learned it as themselves. You have something to say? Javier taunts. Say it. This is your final opportunity, because after this, she laughs, no coming back. What's the point? Sabine breathes heavily. She refuses to listen to criticism of the great Yatagan project. Javier collects herself. Speak! She folds her arms and waits to be convinced. Sabine takes a breath, organizing their thoughts. They go to start, pause, then decide on another approach. Eventually they say it. Yannick is a traitor. Javier immediately flinches, her eyes going to her prosthetic arm, her muscles clenching, but she rides it out, more eager to prove Sabine wrong than she is to hurt them, at least for now. When I came here from SNR, they glance at you, gauging your reaction. It was Yannick who was one of the first to support me, to look after me. I should have known then, but I was naive and afraid. Sabine turns to you. Sleeper. They take a breath. I know that I should have told you I worked for SNR long ago, but I thought you would abandon me, and you are my final friend. What you should know is that I left SNR because I was running for my life. I leaked documents on the Sleeper program and the illegal and immoral practices it relied on to the press. SNR wanted me dead, and I fled as far as I could to this refuge at the edge of these surrogate systems. Sabine stops to collect himself. What does this have to do with Yannick? Javier interrupts. The Sleeper knows you are SNR, I told them, and while you hide beneath the cover of being a whistleblower, you and I both know you worked on the Sleeper program. Yannick told me as much. Sabine's face falls. It is true. They glance at you, and then away, ashamed. You lift their head. But it is Yannick, not me, who is in the pocket of SNR. Javier flinches again. I can prove it. He made some kind of deal to keep me here, to tie me up in debt, to lock me away. In exchange... Javier slams her hand on the desk. Just tell us, for God's sake. In exchange for those, Sabine finishes, nodding towards Javier's prosthetic arm in his cradle. He has been using Yatagan enforcers, using you as test subjects for SNR technology. I have the data to prove it. He has been bringing them in under the guise of stolen shipments and having me fit them. Knowing each one is capturing data and sending it back to its makers. Javier's fixed expression has started to fade. Sabine produces a slate. It's all here. Thousands of hours of usage data, failure rates, error dumps. These are untested implants, Javier. They could short out, fail, cause cascading failures across a person's body. And they have. Sabine suddenly looks incredibly tired. I thought the error rate in the units was down to them being stolen or modified. I've tried to fix hundreds of failures in my time here. Not all of them. They stop, unable to continue. Javier closes her eyes and breathes in. And she opens them again. She holds out a hand to Sabine. Show me, she says. Later, much later, when you leave, Sabine is still taking Javier through the manifests and usage data. Both of them crowded around the terminal as Sabine leads Javier through each layer of Yannick's betrayal. As you leave, Sabine catches your eye and something passes between you. Something like a thank you or a sorry or some other expression that communicates both sadness and hope. What? That's it? Stacks. Okay. Yes. I just knew. Stabilizer. And I'll be right back. I'll go take a break now. It won't be long. Or more or less. Well, I'm back. I'm definitely taking a shower after this nonsense. As you enter Javi's office, you hear voices. Is that Sabine? You push open the door. Sleeper, what good timing, Javier calls out as you enter. I wanted to introduce you to someone. A man is standing at the center of the room, speaking quietly with Javier as he turns as you come in. Meet Yannick. Sleeper, he nods. Been hearing good things from Javi. He smiles an easy smile. Good to meet you. Likewise, likewise, he waves a ringed hand. Now, Javi, where were we? Actually, Javi places a hand on your shoulder. The sleeper was what I wanted to talk to you about. She doesn't spare you a look. What is going on? Okay, well, okay then. Yannick tucks his hands into his pockets. Go on. I'd like to recommend them to your ward, the tiny pause. They have shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the spoke side. We have more than enough to run our territories. I hear the main block is proving more difficult. Yannick leans forward slowly. It's a mess, Javi. He waits, his tinted glasses shimmering despite the lack of light in the unit. I can use them, he suddenly decides. Javier smiles. Good to hear. I can immediately... Yannick cuts her off with a raised hand. 1 sec. Steps. One surprisingly light step closer to you. You eager to work, Sleeper? Yes. Yannick nods his head as if listening to music. Okay then. You suddenly are unsure if he's talking to you. That concludes it, Yannick pronounces. Sleeper, you can come work in the ward. Anytime they like. You shoot Javi a confused look. Javi finally glances at you for a moment, but it's so fast you almost miss it. Good. I know you'll be happy with their work, Jan. Yannick reaches out and squeezes her shoulder. Sure, Javi, he says. Now please, he says, turning to face you. Let us old friends get back to it. He guides Javi away, leaving you standing alone. You look to Javi, but she is deep in conversation, and so, stunned and confused, you leave. Where can I? Do this? No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters back to the shit heels who sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass, and moments later someone who you assume is Moritz drifts out dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether. Hey, you out there! Same voice echoes out of the entrance. Looking for work? Yes. I just need a hand. Get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She is floating in the microgravity of the docking bay. Beside a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that, just help me with the casing. Help her. Alright then. She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam in the dented case. Just take a grip here and lift out and up and I can get in and unbolt it. You wax the unit with a wrench. Whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away. The metal squealing from the force. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in her other hand when they spiral free. All good. The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. She pats you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of an explanation. What do you do here? Repairs, fit-ups, teardowns. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the duct work, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quickly by the bigger base, so here I am trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the freelance thugs. Small-time stuff. Pull this! She rips out a ripped pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger. Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quietens with a precise whack. But to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over. She looks up at you. I'm almost out of luck. What happened? Long story. Some people just can't keep promises. She keeps working, twisting aside the pipes with care. There we are. Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside the unit, and out it comes, clutching a lumpen cube scorched black. This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself outside. You both duck down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound. Its edges fringed with more scorch marks. Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will you? Where is it? Bliss is already elbow deep in the unit again. You'll see it. She waves you away. You kick off from the unit and drift over to the wall racks, where a catalog of parts sits secured in clamps. Colored tape and scrawled notes flutter across the wall, a complex organizational system of Bliss's own design. Or just a big mess to try to pick up the right part. M2 convert. You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss holds out an arm and you pass it over. The converter spinning gently as it leaves your hand. Perfect, you passed. She straightens up from the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting a clean air filter than Moritz. I'd be happy to. Wait, she frowns at the racks. That's not all of it. My old business partner, Dave rinsed the place, emptied the accounts. To bid for jobs, we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tug fees. For that, she looks nervous. We need shits. You want me to pay to work? Come on, it's not like that. We'd be partners. Straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby to be my business partner. No offense. She manages to smile. It is pretty weird. Gives you a sideways look. Don't tease me. Bliss goes back to working on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find the money, or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing, and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm good to wrap this one up for now, but if you are into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into, something that pays. She gives you a serious look. Then trust me, I don't say this stuff lightly. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear bliss as you glide down the passageway. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean... You smile. Seems like this could be interesting. I doubt it. You work for so little. When you enter the service dock, Feng is already set up, crouched among stacks of equipment. He's leaning over a terminal, bathed in a blue glow. He looks totally at home. Sleeper, what do you think? Turns out not everyone in Avenage is set against me. A couple of my old systems pals managed to ship me some of my old gear. He gestures at the pile of blinking hardware. Nice kit. Feng does a mock bow. Any updates? Feng beckons you over. He has a set of scans of the wastes on his terminal with heat maps of activity overlaid. A chunk of the derelict rim is blotchy with bright red and orange marks. Does this look like a wasteland to you? Feng shakes his head. There's hundreds of Conway machines out here, all lined up in concealed hangars, and the whole underground facility to support them. Does this look like... Yeah. Hardin has got a crew out there putting them together. They must have shipped them in piece by piece, through the shipyard, ready for assembly out here. Why? They're planning something. No one needs hundreds of heavy-duty reclamation drones to run this kind of operation. Maybe Hardin masked this whole thing as an effort to clean up the wastes, but there's no way this is about pulling scrap off the eye. Feng looks worried. Why is Conway in the mix? I bet no one in Avenage who knows another corporation is setting up on the station. They aren't stupid either. These scans are the best info I can get. The wastes are cut off from the eye's cloud of networks, and the greenway is a total dark zone. No data can come in or out. We can't hack them? We can from here, he turns and winks. That's why I'm gonna pay them a visit. Now, you forget, Avenage come in and out of there all cycle. We should be able to get in. As long as no one I know sees me, grimaces playfully. I need you on the outside to help disable security systems and cut me a pathway through. There's no cloud access, but if I can get inside I can open up nodes in their network and we can work in tandem. It's a massive facility buried deep down there. Miles of corridor and ventways wrapped around cargo bays and hangars. So it will take more than a few cycles to work through it, but as long as you can keep them off my back, I know I can rip what we need out of there. He pulls a handful of ripper worms from his pocket and hands them to you. These are the last of my little helpers. I managed to salvage So make them count, and modify them slightly. This time they'll feed their data threads back into the system that they are tunneling into, creating a nasty little feedback loop. We run it just like we did with the agents. Hack the nodes, I ping to locate the ports for the security system, then slot the worms in those systems and let them go to town. He points to a fuzzy silhouette of the buried facility on the terminal. There's the entryway. This is where you can get access and slot the first worm. That'll fry their perimeter systems and get me past the first portal. What I need from you is to keep your eyes on the facility after you kick things off. You see me pop up a security system, a server bank, you need to break in, slot a Ripper to disable it as soon as you can. And if I don't? Thing gives you a hard look. You miss a system, you wait too long, they're gonna find me, simple as that. He claps you on the shoulder. I need your focus on this one, so I'm going to let you fire the starting gun. I won't go until you slot that first word. I'll leave a tracker running on the terminal here, so come back here if you want to see my progress. He affectionately pats the top of the screen. Got it. Don't worry, you can run rings around their protocols. I've seen it. Things gets up. It's all in place, you just need to make your own preparations, then slot that worm. He stretches. Just don't wait too long, I'm getting bored of all this sneaking around. Once I'm inside, I'll get the proof we need to end this whole thing, no matter what. He crouches to check the terminal. We can't take longer than 6 cycles on this thing, remember that. He stands up. Oh, and one last thing. He lowers his voice. If I get caught or you can't reach me or we run out of time, there's one thing I need you to do. What? You take whatever I've managed to pull at that point, all the data, and you slot that stuff straight into the relay I've set up here. He points to a pile of servers and terminals, hooked into the dock with cables as thick as your arm. I repurposed the dock's SOS broadcast system to beam out whatever you put in it. Anyone with a terminal, a slate, or a server on the eye will see it. That means Havenage, Yatagan, the hub, everyone. No matter what, Hardin isn't snaking it away this time, he grins. We got a bit more to do here, but the moment you slot that first worm, I'll make my move. He gives you a parting smile and turns back to the terminal. The nerves hit as you make your way out of the service dock. Time to prepare yourself. As you slot the worm, a thread jumps up out of the facility. It unspools in front of you, releasing its data like ink in water. Sleeper, Thing's voice crackles through. Moving in. Nodes, then ports, a whir of interference. Slot the worms. Timer starts now. Stay safe. The thread dissipates. You are on your own now. Fun. I'm glad you're enjoying your games. Your little games. playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. As one does. Yeah. One day, maybe. Not yet. Yeah, Throw played that too, didn't he? The thread from the facility cuts through the cloud like a hairline crack of light. That's it. The final layer of security broken. Somewhere buried in the depths of the station, Feng is in control. He is slicing into the camera control circuits and piping out the result. The thread flickers and unravels into an image, a scene. Two figures in a room, one set, the other pacing. The pacing figure resolves into Hardin. The unmistakable superior posture, the shock of gray hair. The second figure's features don't seem to resolve. They are vague, unformed. A problem with the data, perhaps? You look closer. Then you see it. The figure is a proxy. Perhaps you should have expected it from Conway, a corporation whose very existence is owed to automation. The proxy is a machine designed to be piloted by remote connection. Someone elsewhere in the system puppeteering it with their own body, speaking so it may speak. The proxy sits impassively, or the Conway executive that is piloting them does, from the distant safety of some ship or orbital colony, perhaps. We can move forward, there's no doubt. Hardin is saying. The reclamation teams are almost ready, and after that I will make the declaration. Nothing has to change. The proxy leans forward, its movements stilted, uneven, as if its body was being refracted through water. But things must change, Hardin. We need further assurances. I have been informed of a breach in one of the closed networks in the low end. You have been careless. Hardin waved the accusation away. We have been stretched. A breach was detected, yes, but no data of value was lost. Our board is concerned, Hardin. A drop in our value would be unwelcome at this time. The proxy leans back, his posture dominant. The reclamation of A1 is contested, and we could be drawn into a compromising legal position. Hardin approaches the proxy. There will be no contest. Not from Solheim, who cannot muster defense, not from Havenage, who will fall into line below me. He crouches in front of the seated figure, eye to eye. And the people of the station, refugees, gangs, spacers, all either opportunists or degenerates. Havenage is no longer strong, no longer united. No one here believes in Erling's vision, nor has the strength to enact it. I sat across from him at the negotiating table. He was forceful, eager, weakened by his ideological convictions, perhaps, but a great man nonetheless. This place no longer deserves to bear his name. The eye is crippled. It cannot survive. It is a ruin filled with squatters and outlaws. It will be lucky if it spins in 100 cycles. Hardin stands. You will move forward with the reclamation, because otherwise you will lose your advantage in the system. Without your advantage, you will lose claims on the remaining palladium. Without the palladium, your factories will go dark. He pauses. Do I need to continue? One moment, comes the response from the proxy, and its head drops to its chest. Hardin steps back and paces once more, awaiting the discussion taking place elsewhere in the system. You watch Hardin as he paces, as he considers his future. What goes on within a mind like that? In the mind of a man who would burn all those around him for a path to some imagined golden end. The proxy lifts his head. We are happy to proceed. We will legally claim the station formerly known as Solheim A1, as salvage within 6 cycles. Havenage is to assist with the transport of the illegal residents to Conway housing and labor facilities. He's still working on the tower. The proxy judders to its feet. Conway will also claim 70% of the raw output of the reclamation process after losses have been accounted for. Pardon not, I accept. The proxy reaches out to shake his hand like a marionette, and then the recording loops. You watch it play out a second time, gripped by a horrified fascination. There's a bluntness to the conversation, its blatant disregard for humans as anything other than objects. Things to be moved, to be used, to be fed into structures, crushed and losses accounted for in the cells of tables, the margins of ledgers. You realize now that you are no different than anyone else in this station, in the eyes of the people in that room, and those like them. Each body here can be recast as a piece of property, a tool, an expense, an acceptable loss. In one moment they can be named a citizen, celebrated, protected, and in another the very idea of citizenship can be used against them. That is what it means to live in proximity to a system like this. No longer, not while the eye spins. You gather the recording, pack it into a polygon of purest light, and you drift down into the surface dock like a falling leaf and find the relay. It only takes a second to place that polygon of data, that recording, into the relay system. Think, prepare. And then you watch as it bursts out, a web of threads heading out into the black, to every network device on the eye. Let them see what power makes of a man. Nice. So, do you think I'm doing good in the game? No, I was feeling very lost, but it feels like I'm actually not doing that bad. As I began to understand more and more of it. I expected to get like a really bad ending or something, and then play again and get something a little less shit, and then play again. I never expected it to last this long, for sure. Just like the sleeper, you're just thrown in at the start and feel very lost, but at some point it clicks and you get a groove. Yeah. I mean, I'm still unsure about some choices I make, but I guess that's normal. Yeah, I think so. I should have gone to use that on the web. So this one is just waiting. Why am I patrolling the block for free? Yeah, this is my biggest problem with the game. Sure. You'll almost laugh when you see it. The same small recorder stuck to a different wall this time. Written across the fluorescent tape is that familiar word, sleeper. You grab it quickly. Javier says sorry. Sabine's voice sparks up once again. She said she didn't have time to brief you before setting you up with the old man. I'm sure you got the play by now. Ernest Rust worked the block, then we need you to get into his office. Pause. It's risky, but obviously you are the only one of us he doesn't already know. Either way, we need to locate the link to SNR. You hear a shout in the background of the recording. Javier says be careful. Sabine continues. The data suggests there's some relay processing the implant data and sending it to SNR, but we can't lock down its position. Either he is moving it, or it's moving itself, or is rerouting through other relays. We can't understand it. Maybe you can find some details on it in his office. Once he trusts you, you should be able to get close enough to get in the office. You only get one shot. The recording creaks and whines. That's the final piece of the puzzle to end this. Of course. Good luck, Sleeper. I'm sorry too. Be safe. The recording clicks off, leaving you in silence. You pocket the recorder, just in case, and walk away. Looks like it's up to you. You look at the countermeasure on the drawer. It looks like some kind of shock trap. If you grab the drawer, you'd likely have thousands of volts running through your system right now. You wince. Once you find the anchor points, it comes away easily enough. You prise it from the drawer quickly and quietly, then listen for footsteps in the corridor outside. Nothing. All clear for now. You slide the drawer open, looking for other countermeasures that might be inside, expecting to see a chunk of tech. The relay. But as you slip it open, all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Is this some kind of mistake? Freeze for a moment, unsure what to do next. Why keep an implant cradle so carefully guarded? You remember Yannick having an implant, a small plate on the side of his head, just above his ear. You assumed it was for hearing or vision. Those shimmering glasses of his come back to you in your memory. His strange movements, his speech. You look again at the cradle, and there it is, printed on the frame. Proprietary technology, property of SNR. Javier said the relay moved, but they couldn't get a fix on it. What if Yannick was the relay? The thought hits you like a shock. Yannick, with a remote replay implanted in his head, relay. Network to every single implanted enforcer in the low end. A shudder runs through you. You're gonna do it tonight? That's a lot of confidence. Is he even in control? Or was SNR wormed its way into the man? Could he even be considered separate from the corporation itself? You think of your own legal status as proprietary technology, a puppet with cut strings. Time to cut Yannick's strings then. You reach around inside the cradle and find it. A remote connection. A tiny bead of a transmitter, likely controlling the link to SNR. There it is. You pause for a moment, then you squeeze it, snap it from the frame, and it crumbles, sparks, and dies. It takes a moment before the shouts come before the scream, and you are already on your way out, down the corridor, down through the unit that serves as the lobby to Yannick's office. Then onto the walkway where Yannick lies still, enforcers gathered around him bemused. Approach. You push through the crowd and there he is, still, crumpled. You arrange him a little, lie him down properly, feeling how thin his body is under his suit. You wonder how long he has been like this, a puppet for SNR. With the connection cut, nothing remains but his body, which means that Yannick, the man, was gone a long time before now. You place a hand on his chest. You are sorry for him, but it is done now, and you did not kill this man. You've seen enough. The connection is cut, and whatever Yannick was or had become is gone. Your anger is a hard core in your chest, and all of it is focused on SNR. Okay. You really want me to just wait, huh? Ping grins at you as the bay door slides open. Above, in the rest of the building, people are busy, frightened. They speak in hushed tones and organize endless meeting after endless meeting. Havenedge have avoided a full-blown crisis for now, but change is coming. Ping is in good spirits and bundles you inside before you even have the chance to greet him. That was the slickest operation the station has seen. He hugs you firmly. You made my job easy. He shakes you by the shoulders. I'm so proud. And, he smiles, I got to watch through the cameras as the Havenedge security that weren't in on it assaulted the station. Ping smiled. One of them straight up whacked Hardin with their pistol. It was beautiful. What are they going to do with him? I'm not sure anyone knows, but he is cooperating in dismantling his operation and scaring off Conway. Maybe they'll exile him when they are done, or hand him over to some court authority? Ping shrugs. Now, I know it won't be an issue. I'm going to be focusing on systems for a bit. He shakes his head, seeing as that's my actual job. He points to the ceiling. The people upstairs weren't so happy though. They've been fielding questions about the state of the eye right and left since the recording got out. People are scared. I'm not surprised. Yeah, this whole thing hasn't won me many fans in the administration, but I think in the end they'll agree that outing Arden was worth it, whatever the methods. He touches a stack of hardware. The eye is old, and it was never meant to run like this. The master control points that Erlin and Havenedge installed, they keep it spinning from the rim. That isn't ideal. But if you are asking me if the eye will stop spinning next cycle, no. He smiles. And me and a ton of other skilled people will be working to stop it happening in the cycle after that. Arden's problem was that he didn't believe in people. He believed in systems and their ability to shape the world around them. Ping squeezes your shoulders. As far as I'm concerned, people should be the ones running the systems, not the other way around. Anyway, Ping raps on the side of his terminal. I know he didn't come down here for a lecture. My tracker. I haven't forgotten. He produces a thumbnail drive. I managed to finish that code solution I showed you. It's a modified Reaper worm, one made to deactivate that tracker of yours. But in the time since I got back, I added something extra. That tracker of yours doesn't just show SNR where you are. It transmits data about the state of your body, your current condition. My worm won't just deactivate it, it'll edit that data to tell SNR your body is irreparably damaged. DNR, do not retrieve. He grins widely. Pretty smart, right? That's perfect. Just slot it already. You take the drive and hold it in your hand, then you close your eyes and open up your access ports. Take down your defenses. The worm immediately enters your closed network. It whips through it, taking things with it as it goes. The moment they are gone, you forget they were ever there. They just blink out of existence. A second later, it is done. You open your eyes. How do you feel? Asks Feng a little nervously. Free? Feng smiles widely. Well, you are free, sleeper. He claps you on the shoulder. Feng lets the word free hang in the air a little before he continues. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Feng wraps his arm around you. Jenna still owes us those drinks? He laughs and you join him. And later, when you leave, you feel deeply thankful for having such a friend. As you walk away from the building, you look up at the wide curve of the eye, up at the hub and the other rim beyond it. The whole thing twinkles with light, and it seems impossible to see it as anything other than breathtakingly beautiful. It feels, in that moment, like something eternal. That doesn't mean it can or even should last forever, or that it will never change, fade, or decay. It simply means that in this moment, this place has a future, and it is one that you know, deeply and truly, is worth protecting. Nice. I love the music in this game. It sets the mood in a very ambient way. I feel like it's very subdued. It's too subdued. Like, sometimes there's no music at all. I can't say I approve of the choice. It's first when I like it, amplifies major moment when it kicks in. Yeah, you know what? I would have agreed with you, but I played Clair Obscur, which has music always in your face, and it still amplifies major moments with a more epic music. And I think this is how games were when there was no voice acting. The music was always in your face. All the time, all the games. And I miss that. I really miss that. I feel like so many games are so quiet. Even Elden Ring, I wouldn't be able to tell you a song from Elden Ring when other Souls games I memorized more. Even though they're only in your face in the boss fights. I don't know. Fair enough. I don't think everything should be the same. There's pros and cons to each, and different games call for different things. True, obviously. But, I don't know. A good use of silence would be more like Outer Wilds, which is another game that's a great example for everything, because it's always perfect. the way, though, do you know if other classes have different skills, or is it just the points you start with that are different, but the skill tree is always the same? Oh, okay. Real? Were you using a guide? On the same, just different starting points? Okay. So you played this mode? Okay. I didn't know you played it. Is this not a multi-coded game? Dude, you need to play the other survival, the survival game that I was playing, not the submarine one. I think you're gonna love it. What was it called? The Keeper Stall. This game was great. I think it's better than Vampire Survivors. But yeah, I don't know if this is a multi-coded game, to be honest. Isn't both Milty's people? Maybe it is. Oh, I forgot I needed to do this one too. Yeah, it does have a lot of DLCs, doesn't it? The trail ahead extends deep into an overgrown section of the Greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long, lazy curve of the Greenway becomes the shattered landscape of the wastes, things are hauntingly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its axis by rust or frost, and lying amongst the overgrown landscape like an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, flows of green running out from its broken tanks like a frozen brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding, you are pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath this collapsed superstructure. You roll the comm headset Ankita gave you in your palm. Oh, Ankita. You slip the headset into your ear and it fizzes with static. After a few moments you hear Ankita. Sleeper, have you located the target? A doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure he's there? Yes, come now. Copy. Hold tight until I get there. Static cuts out, the channel dead. You hold your position and watch the trail. Ahead the stars wheel with the motion of the eye, and your mind wanders. You try to imagine what this place looked like before the collapse. All ordered rows of crops, corporate pleasure gardens, glowing farm stacks. Now it is a wilderness, a strange overgrown biosphere bordered by the void of space. You smile, despite everything. It seems like an improvement. Sleeper, Nikita's hiss brings you out of your reverie. He's in the collapsed stack? I think so. She gives you a look. You better be right. Well, there's no way I'm following that trail. If he's up there, he'll have eyes on that for sure. She glances across the landscape. Let's keep to the undergrowth. Work our way around. She heads off towards the central spine of the Greenway, with you following close behind. it is slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it's so concealed that you can barely see the glass roof high above. Nikita somehow seems to know where to go. Nikita works her way through dense overgrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It is exhausting and you desperately want to rest, but Ankita shows no signs of letting up. Up ahead there's a faint glow from the collapsed stack. Ankita leads you around the side to a broken tank. You both step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. Don't think most games have the replayability to support DLCs. Well, just ask Assassin's Creed Shadows. But yeah, I think that game that I was saying, the Keeper's Soul, has a lot more going on that is interesting, and like character classes that make a difference. Well, in Vampire Survivor, you pick a character that just changes what weapon he starts with and some tiny stats. These guys, they literally have different powers. Each, you get different things for each of the characters. I thought that was pretty neat. You work your way to the slanted tank, Ankita setting a deliberate pace. Somewhere water drips, and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. Yeah, I thought it was really nice. I started with a character that was like a Bloodborne hunter with blood powers. So like, you choose, when you level up, you choose amongst the powers that character can have, and there's some altars where you can pray to get one power from another class that you can combine and make your own weird build. I think that's super neat. And the Pyromancer has fire stuff, and they all, like, they're not reskins of each other, they do different things. So I thought that game was really neat. If you guys ever are looking for one of those, I would say that's the one. Out of all the Vampire Survivors inspired games I've played, that is by far the best. And like I said, I think it's better than the actual game it's inspired by. Ankita reaches the edge of the tank, where it meets the central drum, and holds up a hand for you to stop. You inch forward and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a cistern, with plants growing on all sides, and wet mossy islands at its base. It's beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an odd angle. They're surrounded by crates, and beside them, on one of the mossy islands, there's an object. The cylinder is set on a tarp. It is connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They are twisted, broken, open, wrong. You look away. Nikita doesn't look at you. She doesn't look at the sleeper. She fixes her eyes on the object. That's Amber's shipment, she says, and you suddenly recognize the cylinder. Wait. You turn to Ankita to speak, but she is already gone. She drops off the edge to the tank and lands on one of the mossy islands, her armor letting out a hiss as it absorbs the impact. The shot hits her shoulder piece, ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces into the impact. Then she launches herself forward, the now activated armor launching across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates beside the sleeper. You beat them first try, holy shit. Did you build craft hard? I'm pretty sure I didn't beat them first try. Shit! You hear the shout from one of the tanks high on the far wall. Nikita reaches over and wraps a hand around the thick connection between the ship mine and the sleeper. What is she doing? You better come down here, I'll rip this right out of their head. She screams at the wall of tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. Stop. Quiet, sleeper, Nikita shouts. A shot rips through the moss beside you, filling your vision with green. The shooter must be somewhere on the other side of the tank. Do it again, and I swear to God I'll tear their head off, Nikita shouts to them. Sleeper, you stay down. There's a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of the water running down the walls of the drum. Then Ashton calls out. I'm coming down, Nikita. Don't do anything stupid, for God's sake. He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle raised above his head. Drop the gun, Nikita shouts. He throws it down onto the moss. As you lean out to watch, you see him catch your eye, blocking your presence. What are you up to here, Ashton, you sicko? She stands, keeping her sidearm trained on his head. You ripped my shipment for what? Some freakish experiment? Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has hold of. Steady, Ankita. It isn't like that. I needed the ship mine. You have to understand. They would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you ripped my ship mine and crippled my ship. They should put you down right now. She tightens her grip on the connection. Typical of you, Ankita. No curiosity. Ashton smiles shakily. That's why I never asked for it. For your help. You only look after yourself. He nods at you. That sleeper up there, they're just bait, right, to draw me out? Nikita sucks a breath in. Are you trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? An animated movie somehow. I saw that. I love them, Nikita. Ashton looks at the crumpled sleeper. I love them and they were going to die. I know you would never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita now, slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton, Ankita snarls. Don't do that. Let the wires go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way, he inches closer. Please. I can't let you take it, Ashton. Ankita hardens her stare. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. She shakes her head. You think I'm going to trust you after all that? I need it, Ankita. I need them to survive. Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now, of Ankita. I'm going to take them now, Ankita. He raises a hand. I'm going to take the ship mine and go. Ankita loosens her grip on the connection a little. Her hand is shaking now. Stop, Ashton. She lowers the gun a little. Stop. Seeing her drop her guard, he makes his move. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back behind the edge as they ricochet around the inside of the drum, a sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water. The red and the green. Ankita is standing at the center of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly, drip after drip after drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There is no sign of life, of humanity. They are just another broken object among other broken objects, while all around living things grow and thrive. Nintendo is working with motion capture? Yes, soon they'll reach the 20th century. Next they're gonna get voice acting. They discovered climbing a while ago. So, it'll happen. Voice acting will happen. But for now, we still get Nintendo games with The best voice actor. And yes, I am qualified as a Nintendo voice actor. And Kira finally looks back up at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be sorry, but you are already gone. I am? This game takes inspiration from Nintendo with no voice acting then? No! Because this game has text. Nintendo games have text and I always feel like I'm the player. Especially when I'm playing. I don't have a tracker anymore. I can sleep at my apartment. Time to look up where the lost Kestrels are. Oh, you haven't done that yet. Yeah, you should absolutely do that. Where's the writing drives me insane. So many Western devs do this shit. This one takes place in Mexico, so half the characters sprinkle in Spanish words. Literally every single sentence and jump back and forth between English and Spanish like they're having a psychotic break. I've known hundreds of multilingual people and no one does this shit so often. For some reason, Western devs think it's normal that they really feel the need to drive home the point that a character is ethnic and represented. I think you're the only person who cares about this throw. He's not. No. It does feel stupid, and I think he's absolutely right. I've seen it happen a bunch of times too. And you look at a Marvel thing and it happens all the time. I really think like Western games are going down the drain more and more. Especially like American games. Like they're too worried with perception and market trends. I'd rather have them speak Spanish 100% of the time than jump back and forth like Kizo. Yeah, and there's like even Assassin's Creed is like, so the Animus is translating it for me. Why does it not translate everything? Right? So the words, the more recognizable words, the Animus won't translate. The current political climate we live in, that stuff will no longer be seen as cool. Sure. Okay, so I'm waiting on this. I'm waiting on this. This does not do anything. Let's finish this. Yes. I'm sure Thro is happy you're teaching him Mexico is in Spain. He clearly didn't know that. He's a little slow sometimes. Americans, Portugal is in Spain. Yeah, they have no idea Mexico is in Spain. Good thing we can all learn from you. And rather the whole game would just be in Spanish and authentically Mexican and some kind of Ubisoft hipster woke idea of how Mexicans act and talk. One of the family members whose native language isn't English? As someone. This comes off so forced and even racist as opposed to just representing people like normal human beings. I absolutely agree that it does feel racist. I absolutely agree. It happens in all the games basically that are Western made. I always had a problem with it on Assassin's Creed. Don't be so loco, you're losing your cabeza. You did good, yes. GG's. Even before you enter the office, you can hear the sound of Hamia working the heavy bag. She's hammering it, the chain creaking as it shakes with each beat. She's been like this since, Sabine doesn't finish the sentence. They're sitting on a stool looking at the terminal in the corner, searching through the SNR data you pulled all those cycles ago. How have you been? I'm well, Sleeper. Happy to no longer be hunted. They smile. Yatagana has plenty to deal with, and without Yannick, I'm free. He glanced nervously at Rabaya. Havia. It might be Havaya. Well, I'm not changing the pronunciation now. Havia stops punching, and in the silence you can hear her breathing hard. Sabine looks over at her, and you sense something between them. You realize you haven't seen them together since they tried to kill each other in this same unit. A lot has changed since then. How's life, Arrogance? They hooked him up like a puppet. Havia hits the bag. Rig that thing in his head so they could control him. Push the old Yannick out. I don't know why he let them in. Havia throws a few more punches. But it's a lesson. Don't let them in. Another flurry. Yatagan shouldn't deal with corporations, and we never will again, she spits. Seriously though, like, Miles' family in Spider-Man is always like that. All of them. Everything hurts when I get to deliver mail. You weren't locking it at midnight? She comes away from the bag. At least Yannick's death has been treated as natural. There's a chance we come back from this, then Yatagan can hold on, but there are opportunists trying to take control. You've been playing for 2 days? Oh boy. Take that and multiply it by 10 and you'll start getting close to the dialogue in Forza? Holy shit. Do you think the next time we'll see Miles will be? Miles from the game or just in general? The next time we see Miles. I think Marvel Rivals. But she comes away. Sabine turns to you. Yes, but now the connection has been broken. I've been looking at removing the trackers from the implants in Yatagan's enforcers. It's a significant job, but I think with time I can do the surgeries. I really hope we still get the Venom game. I'll be very disappointed if we don't. Javier walks away from the bag towards the far side of the unit. Those surgeries will never happen if Yatagan collapses, she shouts back at Sabine. Clearly this is a well-worn argument in this unit. Wolvie feels like it's never coming. Feels like Venom was cancelled at this point. I really hope not. It'll be a shame if that's all we get of playing as Venom and it is what we already got. I just feel like the DLC was going to set up that game. Because as we beat Spider-Man 2, it doesn't feel like we're set up for any Venom. I don't know. I feel like the signs are pretty clear, but of what people want. But I don't know. They had a whole conference with the CEO. I just haven't watched it yet. What now for you? Sabine looks over at Robloya. I want to help fix this mess if I can. There's the implants and I want to return to my surgery. The low end needs doctors. What I understand now is that Yatagan can be something if we want it to be. Coming here from SNR, from the core worlds, all I saw was a gang, and with Yannick keeping me on a tight leash, I shudder. Javier believes, and I want that belief. They look unsure. I also want to be done with SNR, but I doubt they are done with me. Glance away, rubbing your shoulders. Are you and Robbie, Sabine fixes you in the loop? Yes, Sleeper, isn't that obvious? I smile. I've been wanting to say. Sabine begins nervous. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you where I came from. I know I've apologized before, but I want to again. I pause. Properly. EA's always ahead of the curve. When I leaked the data on the Sleeper program, it was to try and help people, like you. They grit their teeth. But after all the cycles here, being pushed down, pushed around, trying to survive, all that got away from me. So when you turned up, I saw you. It shook me up. You run a hand through their hair. But I ended up here, so they look at Bravia. Oh, of course. They reach into a pocket and take out a handful of vials. These are the last of the case. You can have them. They drop them into your hands. After these last few, I don't know what we can do. With the SNR connection broken, they look down. I know there are other ways, repairs, other pharmaceuticals. I even heard there are some labs out here on the Greenway. Perhaps they can help? They meet your eye. I'm sorry, I can't do more. Thank you for everything. You look away, their eyes bright with tears. Javier crosses back to you both and sits beside Sabine. They look at each other, and you can't help but smile at the idea of them together. What are you two plotting? Javier grins. Sabine laughs, and the sound is a welcome one. You watch the two of them teasing each other and smile. Later, when you leave, you take the handful of vials out of your pocket and look at them. You can still feel that core of anger deep down inside, and you don't know if it'll ever leave. But SNR doesn't own you anymore. They can't, because this place, these people, own you. They are what makes you get up every cycle. They are what keeps you breathing. You put the vials away and walk through the low end. Your senses tuned to every sight, every smell and every sound, soaking it all in, living. Now you guys can use each other's roads. Yeah. You can each appreciate each other's Brazilian strips. How do I get Matsutake? I guess here, probably after the countdown is done. What's it like to start? One day you'll know. Speaking of, let's steal some food. Kinda did, yeah. New drive scope. Okay. Time to sue David. Me sue him, or he's suing me? Tala comes to you one shift when the bar is empty, tapping you on the shoulder as you clean the bar. It's ready. She's grinning from ear to ear. Did you roll? Obviously. She grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else and drags you into the back room. The smell hits you immediately when you enter, a cocktail of rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now, the newly installed lights making the place look clean, whether it is or not. Tala has already pulled up a couple of stools around a metal crate, where 2 glasses with a few fingers of pale Girol inside sit waiting. She smiles. I haven't even tried it yet. You can see she is nervous. You both sit at the makeshift table, the slight strangeness of the situation making you both jumpy. Tala hands you a glass. Cheers, she says sullenly, and knocks the glass back. You do the same. And we both die. The first sensation is burning, a sharp, nose-clearing blast of alcohol that has your brain querying whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp the drink back, and it is only then, behind the burn, that you taste the earthy tones of the mushrooms, the wood, and the soil, left behind like sediment. Barely there. Not bad, actually. Tala raises an eyebrow. You sure? Maybe needs diluting? Tala swirls the Girol in her glass. That might work. Open it up a bit. Tala grabs a metal bottle from the newly installed work surface and adds a few drops of water into the Girol. Try again? This time the burn is a warming glow, harsh but fading off, and the woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral, and among the marshy decay, something fresh and bright that you never expected to find. But you and Tala meet eyes. It's really good, right? It is. Tala grins with her whole face, and that makes you smile too. Tala pours out some more Girol and then adds some more water. The action's already taking on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Tala tucks her feet up beneath her on the stool, holding her legs. She looks down into her glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Tala looks up at nothing in particular. My father opened this place, you know, she says out of nowhere, the thoughts suddenly becoming words. It was his attempt at making a life for us, for my family, when we got to the Eye. Your family? My father, my mother, my little brother. She takes a drink. They aren't around now. I'm sorry. That's okay, my parents had long lives, and my brother is somewhere in the Star Ward belt. Ran off with a salvage crew. She puts her glass down. He's alive as far as I know. I was just thinking about something my father told me. When he first set this place up, he wanted to call it the Bantayan, but he was afraid it would scare off the customers, so he kind of translated it, hence the Overlook. And these past few cycles, when I've been in here, I've been thinking that I should rename the place. She looks at you. The Bantayan. What do you think? What does it mean? Dad said he translated it to Overlook, so something like that. Watchtower, maybe? Lookout? Tala picks up her glass. That settles it then. To the Bantayan. You both clink your glasses and drink up. Tala hisses through her teeth. Still harsh, she laughs, then suddenly grabs your shoulder. Oh, sleeper, I totally forgot. She stumbles to her feet. She lurches over to a corner of the room, covered with a plastic sheet, and whips it off, like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it is a neat little kitchen, a sink, a work surface, and a compact oven with a hob. Your kitchen! She doesn't give you time to respond. You can come make stuff here anytime, as long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for the Girol. I was thinking, too, that if things pick up, we can start serving proper food at the Overlook, the Bantayan. She laughs. Do you like it? It's perfect. Tala gives you a hug, then quickly stands back. I'm sorry, I'm so glad you're here. She grins. Me too. The stalactite is away the glasses, you inspect the kitchen, checking that it all works. It's small and salvaged, but after what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back through the bar, and you share a glass of the old Girol, the one she didn't distill. And this time you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars or discussing the best place to eat on the Eye, which after everything that has happened, feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes time to leave, you promise to cook for Tala and agree to let her know which shifts you'll be working in the coming cycles, and then slip out into the cool of the rotunda. And in this moment you feel, for once, at home. I really like how this game evolves. What do you mean I don't evolve at all? Communist. Oh, they gave me a room. Okay. That's our boy David, the communist. So I have two people to talk to here. Lost on a save 32 seconds ago. Okay. Well, let's hope Death Stranding doesn't arrive tomorrow in a way. But I'm gonna go. There shouldn't be that much more, I guess. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. But how are the trophies going? %. Holy shit. There is more. I thought I was closer. Well, we'll see. There's more Citizen Sleeper tomorrow, and then it all depends on Death Stranding, I guess. I might have Death Stranding already tomorrow, but I'm not gonna ditch this game. We'll see what happens. Anyway, goodbye, good night, thanks for watching and hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow.